Welcome, everyone, to tonight's Skeptic and Ranting on What a Miracle, where we discuss the many failures of miracle claims, past, present, and future. So, won't you join me and the other misfits for a little physics defying fun? Defying physics should be a showstopper. In fact, the natural laws are descriptive, not prescriptive, meaning they are the way we record them, not the way we want them to be. However, miracle claims, by their very nature, are awesome feats which seem to dazzle and bewilder those around them. Not only are many of these claims not impressive to me, but they seem to belong in superhero movies. Did Moses part the Red Sea? Did Jesus resurrect from the dead? Did Muhammad crack the moon? The answer to all three of these questions is probably no. Though, how can we know to 100% certainty? Well, short answer, we can't. We can't know anything to 100% certainty. However, to then turn around and say we can't know anything is equally as silly. It's just, to what degree of certainty are we? Most people have to spend their hard-earned money to buy a bottle of alcohol. So if someone has the ability to turn water into wine, you'd think they'd want to party with all of us. Or maybe win a Nobel Peace Prize by ending world hunger with all of those loaves of bread. Of course, God never seems keen on healing amputees, though believers love to give this deity credit after treatable illnesses like cancer go into remission. The miracle is that God saved me personally. The child multiple countries away dying of malaria doesn't even factor into the equation. That's before we get to the supposed prophets trying to sell us miracles into the future. No matter how many wars or pandemics come our way, it doesn't seem any zombies are going to be rising up from their graves, or angels, demons, and other mythological beings that will usher in the end times. So instead of relying on a miracle to come fix all our problems, we have to deal with the hard truth that we appear to be all alone on this planet, and that if we want to solve the many issues this world is facing, it's going to take hard work, persistence, and a buttload of science. Though, if they want to change our mind, the lab is open. Thank you. All right, we'll hand it over to James.
Well, thank you for that opener, Amy. That was excellent as usual. I just want to play a video for about a minute. It's an excerpt from a debate that was done a long time ago, back in the 90s, when a lot of people around now weren't even there. Let's see, I got to share my screen. Did you get it?
I don't see a permission yet.
Let me see. Is it coming up? Oh, there you go. Here you go.
Yep, there we go.
Is it on?
I think it's loading. There we go. Yep. And I'll go full screen for it.
Let's see here.
You may have to do one more time with audio.
No audio?
I don't think so. Just try one more time. Same process.
Oh.
It'll be a little checkbox. It's small. It's easy to miss. I do it all the time. Okay, let's try now.
Audio or no? Can you hear it?
I don't think so.
I'll send you the link and do it later. Oh well.
Creationist Evangelicus. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Do you want to share me the link?
Yeah, let me send you the link.
And while James is doing that, I'm going to send the stream link if anyone would like to join us tonight.
See if you can get it right there.
Oh. And did you have a specific timestamp?
Yeah, 55:40.
Okay, give me 1 second. Oh, I did too.
The 2 minutes that I have remaining,
Here we
I
go.
can talk to those of you in the audience who are sitting there thinking, oh, that's no problem to me. It's no problem to me that shipbuilders were not able to build a ship that was seaworthy, that is a wooden ship beyond 300 feet, because God could do it. That's right. But how scientific is that? God could have waved the magic wand and made it so that the animals aboard the ship would have produced no manure to contaminate. How scientific is that? You see, that's the thing that he's got to explain to us. I'm going to read it to you again. Over the telephone, we agreed to this proposition, and I sent it to him through the mail. I put my signature to it. The Genesis story of the worldwide flood is scientifically accurate in all of its details. But he's got to come before you now after the intermission, and he's going to have to explain to you how that ship could have been built beyond the 300-foot limit without God performing some miracle, because he's argued that it was scientific. And you people who are saying amen, you've got to understand what he is trying to do. He wants to put creation science into the classroom. But to do that, you've got to make it science. You can't explain everything on the basis of, well, God could take care of it, because that is not science. And that's the problem for him. And that's the problem for you who say amen. when it said that God could take care of everything.
You could stop it there, Amy. That's the gist of it. So yeah, I just played that video because it's an example of an atheist, someone trying to rationalize with Christians. And then you always get to the point where when their science breaks down and they turn to miracles and they demand that we deal with miracles on a scientific basis. And a miracle is the suspension of laws of physics and nature to allow something impossible to happen. It's an abrogation of reality to make reality something that's otherwise not possible. And we spend a lot of time listening to theists like Sal Cordova, John Maddox, Otangelo, Standing for Truth, and they all have scientific, or at least they base their views on creationism in science. But whenever that comes to a breakdown, whenever they run into a point where they can't explain something with science, that's when they invoke the magic card.
The gaps comes in.
Yeah, the god of exactly. So yeah, and that's their go-to fallacy. The god of the gaps comes in, and you sit in these streams and you see Maddox, Otangelo, Sal, the like, just combing through scientific papers, just desperately looking for anything in there that they think doesn't make sense or that they think invalidates the theory of evolution. And then, of course, their second favorite fallacy, which is an argument from incredulity. They say, well, there's something in this theory that people can't fully explain. I think it's impossible that it'll be ever explained without a miracle. And that's, of course, a fallacious way of looking at it, because we know many times throughout history that problems have seemed impossible to people at the time, and they didn't just give up and go home and go to church and sing about Jesus and say, well, God took care of it. They kept working on it, and they eventually found an answer. And did that answer have anything to do with God or any magic of any kind? No, it never does. And so here we are. We've pushed them back to the two most grandiose claims of all. The things that science has the most difficulty with: origin of the universe, origin of life. And that's where their Bible starts off. It makes the two most massive claims right off the bat. And then throughout the entire rest of the Bible, you gradually see the claims get less and less grandiose, less grand. And by the time you get to the end, where, people are actively surprised when they see Jesus doing things, because it never happens like that. If magic was real and magic was just a part of their world, and God just does magic things sometimes, but yet they're surprised when he does the things that he does all the time. These, especially the Gospels, that's one indication that they're probably literary, because the disciples never seem to learn anything. They always seem to be, amazed at Jesus every time he does magic, even though he does it on a pretty regular basis. So yeah.
Yeah, I would say I'll make just 2 quick points. I actually have many multiple points about the video, but I'll say 2 quick things, and I'll let Ogre in. Yes, I really do hate the quote mining, that they seem to like taking highly technical articles that have, if we're lucky, they are related to the subject, or even more lucky, they're on topic, and they'll pick 1 or 2 sentences that, to me, are just enticing sentences if you actually look at the articles, just trying to really get you into it to read it. And then they're like, and this is why we don't believe this. They're like, is this the defeater for evolution? No, it's not, but see why this is cool. But they never show the entire article, or they never get an interview from the person who wrote the article, because once you give that up, then the jig is up, because they are a quote-unquote evolutionist, or as we call, a biologist. And I'm going to let Ogre in.
Yeah, well, once you got back to them, they would say, no, this doesn't mean evolution is false. It's just we're trying to figure out how it works. They wouldn't say it disproves the whole theory, just that there's more work to be done to understand everything about it.
Exactly. And at the far radical end of the spectrum, if someone is trying to offer something to try and, I can't say defeat natural selection, replace natural selection or something, what they're trying to say is, I believe in evolution. This is a different mechanism by which evolution would function. But yeah. Hi, Ogre.
Welcome,
Hello.
Ogre. How you
Hello.
doing tonight?
Oh, doing it.
How are your feelings about miracles?
I had a conversation, and I want to say SFT praises channel about this not too long ago, and I basically, what was the point I brought up? Oh yeah, the point I brought up about it is they're impossible to prove because you can't legitimately test them, and by that I meant you can't isolate someone from, say, prayers or something like that. Most all miracle studies revolve around split this group up. There's one in Korea where they split a group of like 100 women into 50 that got prayers and 50 that didn't. And the 50 that got prayers were like 20% more likely to get pregnant or something like that. And the big problem with that study was, how do you make sure the other 50 didn't have prayers?
Yeah,
Right.
it's hard to do kind of a blind study. How do you know they're not praying for themselves?
How do you know that they're all equally fertile? I mean, some women just have a naturally harder time getting pregnant.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's all these issues with it. And, you know, you want to bring science into this, as you guys have been talking about. You want to be not abject about it, or whatever the term is. You want to play by science's rules and get all the positives that come with association with science, but you don't want to actually have to sit down and do the rigor side of it.
Yes, in fact, it's the same. Not to tie too much to flat Earth, but there's never an actual model. It's not like they're even taking a hypothesis and going out and testing the hypothesis. There is just, yeah, I pray, and okay, it's like,
Well, like Ken Hovind, like what he used to say. Now, this was a flood debate, the video I showed, but he used to say that God flooded the world because you say, why didn't God just kill all the bad people? Why did he have to flood the world to do that? And Ken Hovind said, oh, well, he did it that way. It would leave evidence. That way, you know, you don't have to just believe it. We can look in the natural world and find evidence of the flood. And then, you know, as physics and science and geology came up with more and more problems of this flood, and when you got to the heat problem, that this would produce so much heat, having this much water on the earth, that it would basically be boiling. You know, at that point, they just threw their hands up and said, miracle, God, I don't know.
Yep.
yeah. And an interesting thing I wanted to talk about, one of my cards was he trying to say believers should be using science? And that you should be ashamed to not present science? Was that the route he was trying to take, or was it the opposite?
No, that's what he was trying to say. Yeah. Because he was like, because he wanted him to debate the Archon science, not just turn to magic every other time something came up. No, produce a scientific model that tells us how this could have worked without every other claim going back to magic, I think, is what he was trying to say.
Yeah, well, I would love for them to get in the lab and freaking actually prove it.
Prove it. And that's the thing, though, that's how it is. Even the ones who preach science, you know, they have no problem going back to magic whenever their scientific claims don't pan out. Whenever they reach a dead end where they need magic, they'll invoke magic.
Yeah, another point that kind of horrified me, and it reminds me why we're doing what we do, his declaration of really trying to get this in the science classrooms, which...
And the people cheered, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's really what they want.
Horrifying.
It is horrifying, and it's what they want. You know, at the end of the day, that a lot of them will deny it, but it really is what they want, I think, at the end of the day. Or they'll say, don't teach biology at all, which is equally dumb.
Well, they come from the other direction. They start trying to use the lingo that I think they find offensive. So they'll start with, oh, it's just a theory and it's not even science, which we could have I really should have entire podcast called It's Just a Theory, where we go over that nonsense.
Yeah, of course, they're no stranger to misapplying scientific terms and any other fallacy that they find useful to them.
Yes, and I guess going back on miracles, I don't understand them. To me, they really make no sense. It is like an attempt to impress you. Like, look how freaking cool I am. Why not worship me?
Worship her, Ogre. She's pretty cool.
I'll get right on that, I promise.
I can make
send her all your money.
Yeah, and exactly. It's not just that I can do miracles, it's that you have to send me money. That's a very important part.
I never saw that coming. Wow, that just... Who would have thunk?
Amazing.
And then she won't send you to hell,
That's
Exactly. Then my version of hell you can escape, and you can escape that version of Pascal's wager.
Oh, thank you.
And by the way, her version of hell has Bruno Mars on constant loop, so you really don't want to go there. But yeah, I mean, if you look in the Old Testament, if you look at the Exodus story of that, when God sends Moses to Pharaoh, and Moses does all these magic tricks in front of Pharaoh to try and convince him that he has power, and then the Pharaoh's magicians come forward and they're able to do similar tricks. So there's magic on both sides in the Old Testament. Doesn't say that their gods aren't real or that they're powerless. It just says that, well, Yahweh, the God of the Hebrews, he's better than they are. He's stronger than they are. So they have their gods, but you've got Yahweh. Because of reasons, yeah.
Yahweh is committing all sorts of magic and miracles in the Old Testament. The only time that they seem to dry up is recently.
They do get less and less grandiose as the book goes on, until the natural day where the only thing they point to as a miracle is something that you can't prove it's a miracle.
Yep. And I'm going to let KOC champ him. A KO champ. How are you?
Hello, everyone. How's it going?
Maybe Thor or Odin will do a miracle for us tonight.
It's possible, man. It's possible.
I'd love to see it.
So what are your thoughts on miracles?
Miracles. So, what are we considering miracles? Let's start with that.
So, I guess my definition would have been or is a defiance of the natural law, defiance of physics.
Suspension of reality.
It's a really tough thing. It's I think I've mentioned this before, but I don't strike to prove my faith, right?
Okay.
So I have to start with that basis, right? Like, I'm not trying to prove that Odin or Ymir or Freya or Frigg or anyone did anything, right? So I have to start with that basis. However, I would say that several things, as far as creation miracles, they strike me at different angles. So if I were to say that as a pagan, as a Norseman, and that my belief system comes from at least the Ice Age, right? If I were to say that, and I would have to argue all this archaeological evidence and blah, 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 blah. But if I were to make that claim, and I were to say that our creation theory were to line up with or coincide with, what we now consider our best explanation of the universe, and that's the Big Bang Theory. If I were to say that lined up with the Big Bang Theory without giving numbers and years and how long ago and all this stuff, I think that absolutely strikes something in me that seems, it just makes sense, if
Okay.
it makes sense to me.
And it sounds like you're trying to make it fit, because you want to be scientific, but you have your pagan beliefs.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, so in our creation theory, there are two energies, right? And there's nothing, there's all darkness, blah, 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 blah. And these two energies basically meet one another. And when they meet one another, everything else is created from those two energies, right? Now, without going into names and this god did this or anybody else, it's just a theory of two energies meeting, and then everything else is created from these two energies, right?
And did the gods
And
come from that? Were they created by those energies, or were they
that's
separate?
that's the thought process, right? That's the thought processes, right? And so
So
if
they
I
were like
slang a
the
little bit of
first
word,
life
if
forms?
I slang a word, guys, just understand I'm a little bit tipsy, so I may
That's
slur a
okay.
word here or there.
We support that here.
But yeah, so I mean, in my faith, right, I would say that my gods, my entities, my goddesses, my blah 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 helped in the creation of different various things, right? I would say that, but I would never push that on you. I would never say, hey, this is indefinitely
So,
how things happen, blah blah blah. I would just say that it makes sense to me at the very beginning of creationism, right? That it seems weird that people who existed, let's say 10,000 years ago, had this theory that this energy spontaneously combusted or met one another or whatever, and everything came from that, right? So I think that strikes something,
Well,
Can I ask you a question, KO?
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Why is it not important to you that I believe you're but that we share belief in this? Why is that not important to you?
Why is it not important to me that me and you share a belief in this?
Yes.
Okay, explain, because I don't know what your belief is, brother.
Well, it's not that. I'll tell you that right now. So I usually talk to evangelical Christians here on YouTube because they're the loudest, and an evangelical Christian belief very much is that you should be in line with my beliefs. It's sort of their mandate to bring everyone to Christ, yada yada yada. And you'll find a lot of young Earth creationists want firmly to have you believe in young Earth creationism because it's part of their religious doctrine. You're saying that my believing in what you believe is not important, and I'd like to know, I'd like you to explain why that is, as opposed to say young Earth creationism. Does that make sense?
Well, I would never tell you that your belief system is any better than mine, right? If I were to make that argument, I would argue historically or archaeologically. I would argue with like dates, right? And then even at that point, I can't argue back except so far, right?
well, I wanted to ask that too. You said 10,000 years. Is there a reason you said 10,000 years?
Okay, so
that's the
don't
ice age,
quote me
right?
on. Yeah, don't quote me on any of this, right? I'm still learning a lot of different things daily, and I still devote a certain amount of study toward a lot of things. So I don't want my numbers quoted, However, as far as what we deem as humans to be runic writing that we give credence towards Norsemen, Scandinavians, Islanders, etc., 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 whatever. Their runic writing. We have runic writing that has been backdated, and this is with carbon dating and all of our different scientific methods, back to at least the Ice Age, right? So we're talking at least 9,500 years ago. And I think the earliest evidence, if I'm correct, and if it's not a conspiracy, if it's not part of something rooted in something else, we're talking, I think it was 9,438 years ago. Now, we're talking like they're giving exact dates, which
The-
strikes something in me, and I don't like it. But
If you don't mind me just butting in, the reason I bring this up is just because, generally speaking, humans are 100,000 to 200,000 years old.
absolutely,
So-
yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Is that what
Alright.
the Scandinavian religions are based on? These runic writings? There's not like one single book. It's just a collection of writings.
Okay, so my belief, right? Everything, almost everything that I believe in, right, is based on what Christians wrote about us, right? The vast majority, I would say 75 to 85% of it. The vast remainder of that is archaeological evidence, history, right? And it's our theory on what it all means. So yes, runic writing, as far as what we contribute specifically to Norsemen, right? Yes, that writing is predated to that date in history.
And that the oldest are about 10,000 years, give or take.
About 10,000 years ago, yeah, give or take.
See, I like Fat Thor because he went for the head. That's my joke of the day.
Yeah, none of this makes me like
See-
a scientific denier, right? I don't
No.
deny science. I'm not saying anything. What I'm saying is that it seems really strange that if we are interpreting the writing that we're reading correctly, right? Because it's all in translation to me, right? If we're interpreting this information correctly, and these people from 10,000 years ago had this theory that two energies, there was nothing, and two energies, combusted or whatever, and created everything that we know, that makes sense because it lines up with what we, in modern day, believe what happened. Like energy
Do they propose a
combusted.
date
No, there is no date
for
that's
creation?
listed.
No date. Okay.
No date.
And- well, I'll ask because I just want to probe your beliefs.
Yeah, go ahead.
I am very against the idea of a conscious creator because I feel that consciousness is this very specific set of emergent properties all tied together. And so I guess what are you calling a god, and can that be reinterpreted into different language? What are you calling a god?
Okay, so I have to go back towards creationism, right? And so as far as what we believe, there was no one, there were no gods, there was no creator that caused these energies to come together, right? But once these energies came together, after that point, there was, in our theory, a giant that we call Ymir, right? And Ymir was, what do you call it when something's able to procreate without mating, like it's male and female all in one? What's the term? What's the term we currently use?
Is it parthenogenesis or something like that?
No, like if you have a chicken that doesn't need to mate.
Asexual reproduction.
Asexually, like this giant named Ymir asexually reproduced, and it reproduced, three other giants, basically. And that from these three other giants, there were these other gods that came from that, right? And I'm giving a very, very basic thesis of this whole thing, right?
Can I just
Go ahead.
say that's the reason why Jurassic Park happened? They're like,
It's very possible.
Uh-huh.
It'll be fine. We only put females in the park, so nothing can happen. And what
They didn't
happened?
they didn't count on transgender dinosaurs, Amy.
And
Transformers,
this is one of the biggest things that lured me into this faith too, is that this faith doesn't discriminate against anyone, right? Like it doesn't discriminate against anyone. It says that in the very beginning there is one being that is neither male nor female, and this neither male nor female being did these various things, and it empowers women. It empowers women. It empowers homosexuality. It empowers everyone to just be themselves, right? Like, just you're a human, and you're supposed to live your best life. And I know that's a 2020 term, live your best life, but you're supposed to be yourself. Like, just waking up each day and making it through that day is I mentioned this the last time we spoke, is a sense of courage, right? Because life isn't easy. It's not easy for any of us, and we all have our own problems and different things. And it empowers us all just to be who we are, And it doesn't tell you, hey, these are 10 commandments to live by.
I will give you. The pagans do seem to come off more open-minded than the creationists. And generally speaking, if I'm having to deal with people, I'd rather have a bunch of pagans surrounding me than a bunch of Christians. That being said, why a being? This is gonna be my sticking point forever. Why a being? Why can't it just be this metaphorical story of creation, and that it empowers women for this reason?
Because I think that that's what we as humans like to think. I think that we all like to think that there is something other than gravel left for us after we are passed, right? And I think that that's a theory that has lasted so long that it's embedded into us. Maybe it's genealogically embedded in us. I don't know, right? But it's something that we all think of, and it's something that dates back as far as we can imagine. Anything we can read on a rock, they've thought of this, and maybe Scientology is correct, and maybe Scientology says, hey, this is just something that humans wanted. And humans just thought of this, and maybe they're not, right? Maybe there is something. I don't know, and I don't tell you that there is, right?
I mean, we definitely evolved to fear death, because if we didn't, we wouldn't live very long, So that's an evolutionary part of our mindset.
In fact, I really think a lot of this has to deal with death. I think a giant majority, because we got thrown into this life. We didn't choose it. We just got more aware of our consciousness slowly, like a gradient. We can't even tell when the light turned on. We just know the light is on, and we know that one day the light isn't going to be on, which is sad, but we get this amazing time in between. And so a common theme that I think James and I, and probably Ogre, goes over is probably the problem with thinking that you have an afterlife and giving yourself like this one-up or this backup life is that it makes you live differently. It makes you act in accordance like you're gonna get something else. Maybe I'll make up with that person that I said something wrong with instead of actually finding them in this real life.
Okay, so what I would say, to my belief, right, as a Norse pagan, is that we don't think any of that. We don't think any of that stuff. So
what do you believe?
Let's say that me and James here, let's say me and James had this huge disagreement that ended in a fist fight, right? I would enter that fist fight believing that if one of us were to die during that fist fight, one of us died courageously, and we would see one another again to have that same fist fight again. So it didn't matter so much as we both stuck up for what we believed in, right?
So
we both had the courage to stick up for what we believed in at that time. Does that
Reenact
make
it.
any sense?
We'll reenact the fight
It
again later.
makes sense.
Yeah. Like I don't think I live any differently because of my faith at all. You know, I don't change anything I think of. I don't change the way that I live, or I coincide with people, or I communicate with humans, or I don't have rules to live by, right?
So let me ask one follow-up question, and then
Absolutely.
then I'll let Forge Master in. So you say you don't live your life any differently. So
Right.
then what do you think you get out of the belief, out of thinking that you have an afterlife?
I think that if and when, or absolutely when I pass, not if, but when I pass, I'd like to think that whatever essence or whatever may not be able to be explained at this point in 2021 inside of us or whatever, hopefully it passes on to something, right? And I want to think that just by being the best human that I think I can be, you know, that
Mhm.
there's something that happens as far as that goes, which helps me. Which helps me like have faith in humanity, in people that have indifferences, right? Like I think that there are Christians, and I don't agree with anything they believe in. I don't agree with any of their stuff. It makes me think that some of them, at least, are doing their best to be decent human beings. It makes me think that agnostic people and atheists and everyone else is doing their best to be decent human beings. And I think we could do that without faith. Everybody could do that without faith at all, right? We could do that without religion. I'm not arguing that point.
All right.
But
Come on over here. What is fun?
but I like to think,
She won't bite, actually.
that
Never
it-
mind.
Unless you like
but I
it.
like to think it helps, you know.
Exactly. I can understand, or at least it's so funny. I think sometimes it proliferates culture because my mom is Jewish, and the only thing that she'll say when I bring up this subject is, "Well, I just hope there's somewhere that we go." And it's like, "Mom, Jews don't believe that." And she's like, "Well, okay." It's like, okay. And hello, Forge Master.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing good. Oh, hey. What do you think about miracles?
As a Christian, sure, I'll go with them.
You're like,
not?
I'm pro miracles.
I mean, it depends on how you define miracle, I guess, and I'm not really that smart on most of this. So,
Okay. Well, I think you're smart.
we'll see.
Moses parting the Red Sea, that would be a miracle, I think.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Jesus
but the
feeding the
problem that you run
fish.
into, is how do you understand, like, how, like, I mean, at this point, it's something that's written down in a book. How do you prove that it's real? That's the problem, especially when you're so far removed from it in time.
Well, all we have is common sense and reason and logic, and see if what it says makes sense.
Well,
You can't absolutely prove
that can
anything
work to a
did
point.
or didn't happen,
I mean, that can work to a point, but at the end of the day, like, no one can really confirm. I don't think you can truly confirm if it did or did not happen.
Not with
Because
absolute
you're not there.
certainty.
Exactly.
But aren't they a little silly? Like the whole Jesus parting the Red Sea or not Jesus, Moses parting the Red Sea. I'm confusing my miracles. Moses throwing the snakes down, all these type of things. Don't they just seem more like magic tricks?
I mean, I can do a magic trick for you. You ready?
Oh! Dun dun dun.
Yeah.
Very
Hey.
not impressive. I just want you to know that.
It's a
Are you
miracle.
trying to say that you are a Messiah or a prophet of God? You're coming out right now?
Oh, dude, it is. I heard his voice, and I was like, "Oh, this is the guy that was in the last one." Okay, it's not. All right.
Now we have to send him our money, not Amy.
All right.
Hey now. All right. We can both
I
get
was so
10%.
excited when I heard that voice.
Yeah, there you go. Right, like I don't know how long I can stay. I'm waiting on an email too, so we'll see what happens.
That's
But,
okay.
So I just launched the channel. That's why I'm.
Yeah, I was gonna
this way.
say. You want to give the exciting news? You said you launched the channel.
Yeah, I just put the first video up. Welcome to the Meaning Forge. Meaning Forge is the channel name. Go find it. Subscribe. We can drop a link in it somewhere. I've got a pretty sweet little cinematic with lightning striking the whole thing. It's pretty awesome. So let me know what you guys think and watch out for future content coming out in a few.
What kind of channel is it going to be?
It's a channel about self-development and improvement.
Oh, see, that sounds pretty cool. Send me the link in private, and I'll send it into general. I'll let my cat back in. No, right back.
Forge Master.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Scout.
Forge Master.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm
The
a
master of forges. And so let's try and see.
Now, everybody, make sure you subscribe to that account and with your sock accounts too. Those count.
If you insist.
And don't forget to like and subscribe here.
Exactly.
Woo.
Exactly. Forgive any
Already
craziness
done.
coming from it, but it should be funny.
And
It's thought that
It's in the
counts.
side chat on the StreamYard.
sounds good. I'll send it into chat, and we're still all on board. Mostly science here. We can't get into too big of disagreements because I'm waiting for the creationists to come. The flat earthers or the anti-moon landing people didn't join us yesterday. We were raring to go. So
You did all that work for nothing?
I know.
We didn't get any moon landing deniers, no creationists, no. Guess they have other things.
Welcome them on.
You know what interests me so much about various what we all call pagan beliefs today in 2021
What?
is that the vast majority of them predate Judaism. And the vast majority of them have similar creation theories, right? Their own beliefs and their own creation theory, and they have the same types of gods and goddesses. They have their same types of this has happened once on Earth before. They have their same. They have like a same creation theory amongst all of them, and they all, I wouldn't say all of them. A majority of them can be dated back, more than at least 2,500 years ago, we'll say, right? And because of that, it makes me wonder, if we think today that these humans had no form of communication amongst one another, and I'm sure everybody can tell where I'm going with this. If they don't have a way of communicating with one another, then how would this system be passed from one human to another? And if this system wasn't passed from one human to another, then where did they derive this theory amongst the majority of Earth? Whether this is in Africa or South America or North America or, Scandinavia, Germany, where did they come up? Where did all these different various peoples across the earth come up with this same similar belief of creation amongst one another.
Well, I would say that just from my point of view, these religions were created to address human issues, human concerns, human problems, and humans are different, but we are in a lot of ways alike. And you would have similar issues and problems all over, pretty much everywhere, to a greater or lesser degree. And so they would, through their own processes, come up with similar ways of explaining that, like divergent evolution, like the same feature can evolve on different animals because of different reasons, even though it looks the same when you're just comparing the two.
Right. So I'm not disagreeing with that. Right. The thought process that I'm coming from is, if you have these humans that are, let's say again, like 2,500 years old or something, and they can't communicate. However, they have this very, very similar creation theory. We're not talking about the way we live or the way we die. We're talking about the creation
Right.
theory, right?
Can I interrupt you for 1 second? Because I'm going to
Absolutely.
lose my skeptic card if I don't. I'm going to say two
Absolutely.
things. So we're talking more about a hypothesis.
Yep.
It means that
Absolutely.
you're gathering education and then kind of saying, I think after my gathered education, it's this. I just wanted to say that because eventually, if we confuse the two, this is where the creationists sneak in, and they're like,
Yeah.
"Oh, well, it's just a theory and all this other stuff." And the other thing I will say in the positive, I can't help this. I don't know if this is the cynic in me or whatever, but I love that Christmas is very pagan. I can't help it.
Yeah.
I
I
will
love that
celebrate
Christmas is
it
very pagan. I
just
love it.
because it's pagan.
Yeah. Me and my daughters are getting ready to celebrate the second full moon of January. Actually, that's the winter solstice, and we're gonna really enjoy ourselves and just have a good time together.
Well, I mean,
So-
compare the pagan Christmas traditions with what the Christians in heaven would be doing on Christmas Day, which would be the same thing that they do every day, looking up at God, and telling him how great he is ad nauseum for eternity. So I think
Look,
the pagan
man,
Christmas is a little
I'm 34
bit
and my knees hurt enough already. Like, if there is pain in heaven, my knees would be broken.
Okay.
Well, you only have another eternity to go. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
God has
But
the
yeah,
best knee pads.
I was
But yeah,
about
so,
to make that joke.
So I mean, like, if we look at like the Hellenistics of like Greece, right? Or we look at the Aztecs of South America, or we look at many different Native American traditions, and I'll call them faiths, Native American faiths. If you look at the Germanic peoples, all five of their different various religious systems, they coincide with one another without saying that there was anything before there was something, right? They all coincide with one another in saying that there was nothing, and until, no one, they're not saying that anyone caused something to happen. They're saying that something happened, and then from that something, everything else came from after, right? And that strikes me with something. It says that people that didn't have the scientific instruments that we have today to explore our solar system, to explore different all sorts of things, had the same similar thought process that we have, as according to the Big Bang Theory, right? As long as we stick with the Big Bang Theory, this thought process works, sort of. So go ahead.
Nope. I just wanted to bring up stripper liquor points. Stripper liquor says, better word than created may be developed when it comes to religious beliefs.
Well, I would say,
Why would we break them apart?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
why would we break them apart? That's the question that I would pose to that. Is created or maybe developed. I mean, they're both applicable words, depending if how you want to look at it. But I mean, a good way to look at it, maybe.
I mean, I would say that it's not too complicated to figure out that if you go back in time, eventually you either believe there's a beginning or there was no beginning and everything's eternal. So you only have a couple options there, and stuff had to come from somewhere. So eventually something had to come from nothing. What it was, you could argue about it forever, but
I think that's specific. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, or just the universe was eternal, and that it's hard for us to imagine both. I think it almost feels frustrating to say that was the beginning, that's it. They started there and there couldn't have been anything, and yet that might be the case. Or it might be a multiverse, or it may be billion other things.
I mean, just because our theory of space-time has time wound up with the physical universe, that's a lot to really take into consideration. Doesn't mean there couldn't have been anything before. It's just we can't really understand it or describe it.
Yeah, I think that what really strikes me though is that at some point in history, according to various places across the world, apparently, a lot of different things think that we came 6,000 years ago, or we came at this point in time, or we came at that point in time, and we came from a creator. And I think the eldest of the beliefs, their belief systems coincide with our modern day belief in science, with the Big Bang Theory, and that there was nothing, and that these energies, that's what we'll call them, came together.
I get scared of that.
And like the Big Bang Theory the Big Bang Theory was almost like thought of before we called it a Big Bang Theory, before we had a thought of, hey, this is where the universe came from, this is where existence came from. It seems really crazy that people without a telescope across the world came up with this same thought process. But not only did they come up with the same thought process, they came up with very, very similar belief systems with the same peoples doing the same things, with the same magic or miracles or whatever, across the world, so it seems it's really, maybe it's daunting to me, I don't know.
I was going to say, don't feel like you're left alone in that, because we have to deal with the Christians all the time saying that their Bible is right because their Bible postulates a beginning. Therefore, when the Big Bang came out, therefore it confirmed the Bible. So,
yeah, no, I don't think the Bible itself does any justice to the Big Bang Theory, but that's just me,
And I just don't get why creator. I hate to keep on harping. To me, it seems poetic to anthropomorphize it, but I think that it's gonna more likely be a natural phenomena. That if we go back far enough, there's no reason to think that there was something with thought processes trying to make decisions and go, I'm going to make the universe, I'm going to make people, and now I want these people to know me and have a personal relationship.
well, how would you feel, Amy, if you found out that you weren't born from your mother, but there was just this machine that randomly assembles organic parts together, and it just randomly assembled you out of nothing, but you can have a relationship with the machine? It's not quite the same, I think.
What do you think, Ogre? You still here?
He's on.
Yeah, I was on mute. I don't really have much to add to the conversation. I mean, seems like it's going well enough. Sorry, bit of a
No,
lame
you're
guest, I guess.
No, not at all.
Uh, See-
Master Forge.
the
Just call me shithead.
Ford Master.
Yeah, it's just we don't have any. There's no opposite side to all this stuff, so it's kind of.
Well, I feel bad too. I don't want to ruin etiquette because I could tell by your story that you find it beautiful and elegant and an explanation for a lot of why we're here in the universe. And you even said that you're having a celebration with your daughter, which means you're having community
Yeah.
and bonding and all this stuff. And so it's
Yep.
hard because I don't want to attack, the latter stuff, which is all amazing.
Yeah. If you remember the
Almost like
Shermer debate. Oh, go ahead.
Yes. No, it feels like it's trying to play Operation
I was gonna
because
say-
so much good, and yet we're dedicated truth seekers, almost to I would say to a fault, but maybe not a fault. I don't know. What were you going to say, James?
Oh, during the Shermer debate, one of the questions he was asked is, so someone coming out of Christianity, they're used to going to the church and having that social circle of friends and fellowship and people to, community that revolves all around that. And then when you leave that, there's not really anything on the atheist side to replace that with. And he's like, oh yeah, there's books about it. There's different organizations, but it's still, lacking.
Also, now that I think about it, I can hear Pascal's wager in some of the arguments we've heard. I can hear you brought up the essence. Is there more to that?
We speaking to
Hey,
who are we
I'm
speaking
gonna
to?
bounce out. I'll be back
No?
on here in a little bit, hopefully. So
Okay.
keep up.
Okay.
All right,
I
brother.
feel
Praise God.
Amen, brother. Amen.
all
And a
right.
woman.
5, 4.
For God. All right, so I think that was directed toward me with the essence thing, right?
Yes, I think you brought that up.
So I'm just coming up with verbiage for whatever may not be explained with the human anatomy, right? So when I say soul or essence or whatever, I'm just speaking for what's unspoken of, whether it's a 1.1% or it's whatever percent, I'm just speaking of what's unspoken for. It's all,
So would you say that is kind of a Pascal's wager?
I'm not extremely familiar with the Pascal wager, so
So Pascal's wager is basically it's the where we get Pascal's triangle and everything from, and he basically was trying to speak to lay people, and he was saying to the skeptics and the non-believers and saying, well, look, if we just have Christianity on one side and you have not Christianity on another, what's the harm, he said, in believing that the Christian God was real, or that it's worth that you should go to heaven, so that you skip trying to avoid the Christian hell, as in the off chance that you might go to heaven, you might as well believe.
yeah. So I think that I completely disagree with any of it, specifically because I disagree with all of Christendom, I guess we might call it.
And yeah,
I
they did really
specifically,
focus on it.
I specifically disagree with all of that. Historically, archaeologically, ideologically, every bit of it I disagree with. All the way back to Judaism, which is absolutely the father of Christianity. We can't even Christians don't debate that. So
Don't mean to interrupt you, Caleb. I'm gonna head out. So take care, everyone.
All right, Ogre. Have a
take care,
great night.
brother.
It's nice
Have a
having
great
you on.
night, man.
As always.
So yeah, I don't give any emphasis to that because the vast majority of the faiths, plural, that the people that I know practice, we don't come from a place of rules and regulations, how to live your life. We don't come from a place of, hey, let's go knock on people's doors and tell them to believe what we believe.
Proselytize.
We don't we come from a place of respect, and so I can't identify with any of that because I think it's all shit. If I'm honest, I think it's all shit.
Well, like I've said before, that's how, when you look at the Old Testament, that's how Judaism started, because, even though they're stories and fables, they're still acting as if people of that aren't, the Israelites, they don't have to believe. There's no urgency that they convert. They're not telling everybody else, hey, you have to come convert to Judaism or you're going to die and go to hell. That's not really a factor. If you come to them and you want what they have, you want to convert, they would hear you out and consider bringing you in, but it wasn't like a requirement,
Yeah. And, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's just they don't proselytize there, and the more I think about Judaism, the more they are an adjustment religion. They went through a period of all these other gods in which they were, I think the term is heliotheistic, where they believed that other gods were around them, but theirs was the best. And then monotheism just became so popular and it became their god. It's the Christians and the Muslims are running around with Yahweh in their lips, and so they're like, you know what? Yeah, we why not just say it was one God? They're going around saying it's one God. It's our God, one God. And
they evolved. It
and
evolved over time.
And they're at the point to where like half of them are like, a God? We don't believe in a God, but we're still Jews. And so it's very interesting. I'm hoping that is the path, honestly, for Christianity and Islam.
Yeah, Jewish secularism. Yeah, it's more of a cultural, familiar, historical thing than it is a belief in the supernatural.
And it couldn't have started that way. There had to have been a time when the majority of the Jews believed in the Adam and Eve story, right?
Oh yeah. I'm sure there was. That's how the Christianity sprung off of Judaism. But
I'm almost to the point where I don't like to say I can prove, but I'm almost to the point where I think that historically I could show that like the Old Testament of the Bible was more of a story than a belief system, and that story was used in order to give I can't think of the word, but give something to the New Testament to make it correct. Because
if you look at my avatar, it's basically the different authors, and it breaks down the books of which authors added to what book, and it was just constantly being revised and edited and expanded on, and as the religion evolved over the centuries.
And I really don't think the Christians thought that Jesus was going to die. I think they were like, this is the guy who's going to reconquer Jerusalem. We got this. The revolution begins, and he's dead.
And see, I don't believe Jesus ever even existed. I don't believe any guy named Jesus Christ ever existed. I give zero emphasis on that. I don't. Romans were some of the greatest history. They wrote down everything, and there's nothing written down about any Jesus Christ There's nothing written down about any great special day that some crazy person did something special or bad. The closest thing we can come to is that, yeah, the closest thing we can come to is a guy named Titus Flavius, who was a Roman emperor around, I don't remember. I'm a little intoxicated. So around 69 AD. And that when he passed, it almost seems like books were written about him, and that the Roman Empire began to praise someone named Jesus, but it was actually Titus Flavius and his stories of life as a Roman emperor. And and that would almost seem like why we have such a large gap between 0 AD, 32 AD, and then 89 AD, where we have our first book of the New Testament.
Well,
Yeah, that
what
would be
annoys
Mark.
me the most is Paul, who wrote half of the New Testament, never met Jesus. Now they will say, but Amy, he met Jesus personally on the road to Damascus. Yeah, well, prove it and get this Yahweh fella to do it for all of us.
I mean, didn't you meet Hari Krishna last night?
Yeah, I was wondering if we should do one for that. I think they're doing a three-way debate also with a
Oh yeah, tomorrow with Knock
yeah.
and yeah.
Christian Hindu versus atheist.
Well,
And
KOC, have you ever read anything from Dr. Richard Carrier?
I have not.
I have looked into his work before. I don't own his book, but I know him fairly decently.
He's been on Modern Day Debate a few times. He's just a beast.
Yeah. Okay.
On the
Yeah.
historicity of Jesus.
Wears
Yeah.
glasses, right? Curly hair.
Yeah. I mean, people are at these Christians are throwing questions at him, and half the questions he answers with, "Oh, I wrote a book on that. Oh, I wrote another book on that."
Yeah. I read a lot of that. I listened to a lot of that. I'm sorry. Yeah, I listened to a lot of
he
his
just
stuff.
demolishes the idea that Jesus was a real actual person, and even he doesn't say absolutely sure there wasn't, but I think he puts it at like 80% chance that he's just made up.
Which is what I was talking about earlier, is that we're never going to get to 100% certainty for anything. And then flip that around and say, well, then we can know nothing, is then the other insanity, which is where they normally try to take us with the rabbit hole of laws of logic and things.
I mean,
1 + 1 = 2 = Jesus.
In my thought process, it's that the whole Bible seems to lead up to the New Testament. The New Testament leads into our current government systems, and those systems seem to be based around this biblical belief that is centered around controlling humanity. And whether or not that sounds like a big conspiracy theory or not, I don't care, because that's where it comes
is about
from.
control. It is about
That's where it came from, and that's the democracy, quote unquote, that that forcibly converted an empire of what was called the known world at the time into believing a certain belief, and that was passed on. That was passed on through history.
Why do you think the church was the first thing they wanted to take control of was sex by controlling marriage? So you can really only get to that if you're okay with the church. If you go outside the church, if you're out of control, then no, none for you.
Yeah. What it is it's not a massive conspiracy. It is local churches conspiring to do things like get evolution not taught in the classroom, not get contraception handed out. They're trying to sow doubt, handing out the pamphlets and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. My whole issue that made me think, because I was a Pentecostal at one point. I was a Baptist at another. And I'm sure many of us can say the same thing. We all went to church and blah, 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 blah.
I did want to ask what your story was. You say you are a pagan. So what is the story that got you there? And then we're going to talk about miracles.
Were you an atheist in between, or did you
in
go straight
between?
from
I was an
Christianity
atheist. Yeah, I was an atheist in between for sure.
All right, so we
Um,
can bring you back.
What
Yeah.
brought you to paganism?
Okay, so
What sold you on paganism?
okay, so with Christianity, I got to start there. Was that I kind of thought about a number of things. A number of things came to mind. But one of them, if you've got this guy named Noah, we'll say his name's Noah, and Noah and his family, so I have to state that most Christians like to take biblical theology as sacred and literally. So you've got this guy named Noah and his family. They come off of this boat onto land, and they have this one God that Noah has spoken to. No one else in his family has ever talked to him but Noah. And they get off this boat, him and his family. They're supposed to be the perfect human beings. And they start humanity. And it just through my, I got a bachelor's in theology. And thinking about all these different faiths, it's like, why are there so many different faiths that predate Christianity, Judaism, and it doesn't make any sense, Did Noah step off this boat and
Absolutely
his
right.
children were like, hey, you should believe in all sorts of things, and say all these random things because they're all really random, It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
I can't
Also,
tell you
And
how
then I
many
went
times.
to like various pastors and deacons and all these various things, and I'm like, hey, this is what I'm thinking of right now. They all just tell me to have faith, have faith, have faith in this, have faith. You just got to have
Yeah.
faith. And I'm like,
I've said that
none of
same
that
thing to
makes any sense, man.
Christians. And yeah, I've asked that same question to Christians on YouTube, and you hear crickets from them. Like, so why did the first?
Or you hear something about having taken something out of context. You're taking this out of context. This other verse, says that's not correct.
Yeah, they got off the boat, they diverged, and the first thing they did when they got to new places was decide to create a whole new religion from scratch, even though they just saw that God flood the world and kill everybody. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
It
that
makes
was
zero
my
sense to me.
point. Why would a kind and just God freaking drown
He's obviously
everyone?
not kind or just.
Yeah.
But then
And
they keep
we're gonna-
forgetting about him. He has to constantly remind people that he's there. He disappears from human consciousness.
How are you doing, Sam?
I'm doing okay for the most part. So it turns out I'm gonna have to work another double shift tonight. I was just gonna go home, but oh well. That coincides with your surprise 10:30 or 11 p.m. or session. Is this ranting? Okay. So yeah, everything works out. And I've been gone for a minute, but to answer whoever was asking about how all these religions share this common theme, it's the same as language, as culture. All humanity started out in Africa, and you can trace how it traveled throughout the world and populated each of the 7 continents, and then some. Like archipelagos and giant land masses like Greenland and whatnot. And so, yeah, they're going to take within their language and their culture and their religions. And so, if one of the founding religions has a story about a flood or a story about creation, then chances are every other religion from that is going to have its own version. Eventually you get religions that are completely different that don't even have anything to do with creationisms. But for the most part, it's just like any other part of human culture. It changes over time and distance, and to suit the needs of people who live in a certain area, and to suit their values of the time, their morality at the time.
Yeah, I agree that it seems to develop in a similar way to language in that there are many flood stories. Not every culture has a flood story. Many cultures have flood stories, and the ones that have flood stories, surprise, surprise, seem to be the cultures that develop around rivers and other bodies of water that specifically flood.
Because floods
Mhm.
are a normal human occurrence that has happened all throughout history, and they have a big impact on people.
So one example is I was reading the book of Revelations and it said, and the Tigris and Euphrates rivers will flood. And I'm like, well, sucks to be them, but I live on the other side of the world, so how's that going to affect me? Just to prove your point.
Yeah,
Well, you
and
see, they didn't know that North America existed at the time, so.
Correct. So all they knew was Mesopotamia. That's all they knew was their world. So something happening to their world is much more catastrophic when you don't know there's other places to live, other places to go.
Yeah, so something I would say that I think contradicts at least some of that is that, again, you have continents that cannot communicate with one another. And these continents have their own belief systems
Mm-hmm.
with their own names for their own gods and their own creation theories. And these people still manage to come up with the same types of theories. And they all like, a lot of them sound really, really similar to one another. When you start putting things together and you start giving people names
And
and things.
I do have an answer for that.
Go ahead.
Because
Go ahead.
even though continents could not, keep in contact with each other, people still spread messages. And you forget that these continents were populated. You forget that the
Mhm.
Bering Strait was frozen solid, and that's how humans moved from Russia to North America and South America.
exactly.
And
Yeah.
we do communicate. We always communicate with each other every day of our lives. So over the course of thousands of years, they're taking their culture and their religion all the way from Europe, across Asia, across northeastern Russia, into the Americas. And like I said, it's just like any other part of culture. Some traces of the original model will be there. Some may not be there, but it's definitely going to each and every region is going to have their own flavor, their own different gods or goddesses, you know?
Yeah, it's
Well,
very possible. I wouldn't argue against what you're saying.
I mean, we saw Christianity. Now, Christianity, was very disruptive if you think about it, because it originated in the Middle East and then it took Europe by storm. And people will say that has to be, some type of divine act because how it took over. And when you suggest that maybe that's because it became the official religion of the Roman Empire, which was the most powerful empire in the world at the time, I've had Christians tell me, no, it's not that. It's supernatural. But
It had to be one, or it had to be multiple ones, collecting over. At a
We,
certain point, it was other religions. It's just at this point, it's this branch of the three famous monotheistic ones. But eventually, those will fade, and goddess help us. It could be Scientology is big one day or something. We don't know.
I hope not.
we kind of
I
come to
hope
the
not
same.
too.
We kind of come to the same theory of forgetfulness, though. Hang on, Sam. We
Yes.
kind of come to the same theory of forgetfulness, though. The same theory that says, "Hey, we forgot." What James was saying. Maybe we forgot about this God. Blah 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 blah. We kind of come to the same theory with what you're saying. That hey, we forgot that there was a North America. Hey, we forgot there was a Greenland. We forgot there was a South America. We forgot there was Germany. We forgot there was Africa. We forgot all these various things because, again, most of our culture, most of our history comes from what we call the quote unquote known world, right? And
We
so
still
we're talking about, people's faiths of different continents that, you know, whether or not they have a flood story. Like my theory doesn't, my quote unquote faith doesn't have a flood story, but you know, whether they have a flood story or not, you know, if they're in North America, it doesn't co-align with the Mesopotamian or the whatever, you know, any of this other stuff. You know, if they're in South America, it obviously doesn't align with that, you know, story. I don't believe in any flood story, by the way. But
What you were saying is that, you know, we still call Indians Indians when they're not Indians; they're Native Americans, and so
yeah,
it's
but I don't call Indians
keeping
Indians though.
Well, I
And that's to say that
culturally.
again. So not every religion is going to have all the same stories. Some religions are going to keep flood stories. Some religions are going to keep chosen son stories, like Jesus or Horus or Hercules, you know, or
Mhm.
Thor.
Absolutely.
Hercules. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, Hercules.
Plenty of
Can't help
you know, you got North African, Mediterranean, Mesopotamian, and Arabic religions where there's like even like the Norse religion. There's a father god stronger than all the rest, and they have a son that is important for some reason. Yada yada
Mm.
yada.
Well, he's well. Okay, yeah, I'll let you continue, man. My bad. There's some things there, but yeah.
But that's a common theme. It's again in just language. If you follow language, how it changes over the regions, and you remind yourself this all came from one language.
I
in the
think what
beginning.
I'm more talking about though is that the fact that it seemingly that historical, you know, the context of what you're talking about seems to come from what's, you know, what we call the known world at some point in time, and like hang on, I forgot my thought process. The fact that these people they would have known about these different continents, right? That's what I'm getting to. They would have known about the different continents, and there were other places in the world that it just wasn't this one place around the Mesopotamian Sea that had humans, right? Like if we were to go into what you're saying, then we would have to think that they forgot the rest of the world except for where we get our history from.
I find that hard to believe because like they kept in contact. There's roads, there's letters, there's messengers, carrier pigeons. You know, there's you have to try to avoid people, to avoid civilization, to avoid information. You have to really try, even back then, because again, the harsh wilderness. As soon as you see another person, you're going to want to hook up with them to help survive, unless they're clearly marked as some kind of enemy tribe or something. You know. And then at that point, you got to run. Continue avoiding people.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe. You know, I don't know, man.
I mean, the Old Testament gets even worse. It gets even worse than what we were saying before, because according to the Old Testament, you know, during the Exodus, God did all these magic tricks and to convince Pharaoh to leave him, to let them go. After God made Pharaoh not let them go, then he convinced him to let him go. And then, you know, that whole parting the Red Sea, and then the Jews get to the other side. Then, excuse me, Moses goes up a mountain for a little bit too long, and all the Israelites are just standing around looking at each other like, what do we do now? He's been gone for a little while. Oh, let's just melt a bunch of gold together. We'll make an idol and we'll worship that. Well, is that really a good idea? Because this Yahweh guy, he really, really, really gets pissed when we worship other gods.
Yeah, they forget
And yet
about
there's
him
still
real quickly.
And yet there's still no archaeological or historical evidence showing from Egypt that there were ever Hebrews there that broke loose from their faith and ran away.
There's no evidence they were wandering around in the wilderness for 40 years or anything like that.
And I've had people, you know, come to me and they're like, well, you know, the Egyptians would have, you know, killed that person who let them go by because they wouldn't have considered him a god and blah, blah, blah. And then I'm like, well, they wrote about this guy, this guy, this guy. That they wrote about every person, whether or not they considered them a god or a human. They wrote about them because it was part of their history, and we can still look at that today. So it doesn't make any sense. Your whole argument
Well,
is debunked.
So I mean, the
Sometimes,
stories are not true, but even on their own face, they don't really make sense. You know.
Yeah.
Well, let's say the Egyptians were embarrassed. They were so embarrassed that such a blunder happened that they wouldn't record it. But no one else did for 40 years? 40
Yeah.
years?
Yeah.
That's a long time in the desert. I don't think people appreciate time. No one ever appreciates time in these stories. They just throw out years.
I mean,
Yeah.
people lived for 600 years apparently back then.
Yeah, that's another living really long. And not was it Moses was a drunk or was it Noah was a drunk? I think Noah was a drunk. Is everyone?
Noah was a drunk, yeah.
Noah
Yeah,
was a
he did
drunk.
get drunk occasionally.
Yeah, well, and that I'll tie it back all the way to the beginning with your video, James. The pooper scooper technology that's what Kent Hovind was claiming they had, or God was taking care of, right? So it seemed the shoveling.
Well, yeah,
against all those animals.
Yeah, he's like, how did they get rid of it all? Oh well, no problem. They just shoveled it out. Really?
It's a miracle. What
Yeah,
a miracle! Don't have to think about it anymore.
Well, hey, God could have just waved his magic wand and they didn't have to worry about that.
I will still never get an answer for why he drowned everyone. They'll say free will. Now I just say, don't tell me free will, because you're just is it free that you have free will to drown? Is that how that works?
Oh, but Amy, everyone else on Earth was fucking bad, except Noah the drunkard and his family, who we didn't have any contestation on any of his family members.
But let me show you how bad the Canaanites were, okay? They were super, super bad. Like, I have meanie stickers to show you how bad they are. I mean,
and all these other different peoples.
What they would say is it was also necessary because of the Nephilim, the giants, that God was trying to kill the giants. It didn't work, apparently, because the giants still came back.
And then if you contest that, then they just say, hey, you're taking this out of context because this other verse says something different than what you're saying. And this other verse backs up what I'm saying. And you're like, dude, really?
Well, I mean, clearly they're hiding all the 12 and 14-foot tall skeletons. Science is conspiring to hide the evidence of God. But they have them. They have the 14-foot tall people.
And just so we knock out the monotheistic religions like we're doing bowling, Muhammad did not make a crack in the moon either. So
Muhammad came about.
Bring them on.
Muhammad is like John Smith or whoever the Mormon guy is, man. I mean, he came about Joseph Smith between 600 and 800 AD. It was a created religion to combat, the rise of Christendom to oppressing people. It's a known world. And these people were like, hey, you're not going to force this shit down our throats. And this guy was like, hey, this is what we believe. And
feel special.
Rose up.
All right.
Isn't it great to be a prophet? Must be great.
I mean, at least we know Muhammad did actually exist. There is evidence that he was a real person.
Yeah, exactly.
He did write the Quran, but I'm sure
we know
Joseph
Smith. Yeah. We also know L. Ron Hubbard was real. We know L. Ron Hubbard was real more than we know Jesus is real.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. L. Ron Hubbard wanted to peddle his fake psychiatry alternatives, and then the FDA shut him down. So he said, well, he put his middle finger up and said, okay, well, now it's a religion. There you go.
We believe it's real.
Do you know
Donald Trump is real too, man.
Do you know what pains me the most about L. Ron Hubbard is he may have been atheist. Like, I really feel he was like, look, I don't believe in any of this shit, and I'm going to make it up.
He was a con man.
Like, he was a con man. He was the classic definition.
Like Joseph Smith, who decided, hey, wouldn't it be nice if I could have like 40 wives? So, yeah, I'll tell God, tell everybody God said I can do it. Okay.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm the first person, even as a pagan, to admit that, faith, quote unquote, and that, I guess that's just the title we give it today. I don't even really know what I would call it outside of that.
Oh, we have.
because
you wanna hear
of
the atheist
modern.
definition?
Go ahead.
The atheist definition of faith is the reason you give when you don't have evidence. Not to tip my fedora too much.
Hey, I mean, yeah, I don't take away from that one.
Big fedora,
Oh.
scratch your neck beard, ruffle your trench coat.
Yeah. It's all happening at the same time.
Blood Eagles.
Blood Eagles. Hey, Blood Eagles were very uncommon though. That's almost debunked for what people think it was, because it was something that came about after like 1200 AD almost, and it's almost debunked completely. Just
It
about.
wasn't really a common thing. It was mostly made up.
Yeah,
So
it's
what are Blood Eagles?
mostly made up. Mostly made up.
It's entirely
Yeah.
possible, though, like a
hedging.
Colombian necktie. And
I'm
those
sorry.
are real. I said it's entirely possible, like a Colombian necktie, and those are very real.
I don't know what a Colombian necktie is.
Oh, you don't?
So let's
No, I
explain
don't.
both those concepts for the audience. I feel like Norm Macdonald right now. Explain it to the audience.
Colombian neckties when you fuck with the drug cartels and they cut your throat and pull your tongue out, the lower half of your
Oh.
tongue,
Kinky.
Oh, damn, nice.
because your tongue goes about down about here. It's pretty long. Your tongue is like a long muscle, longer than you think.
Yeah, it's very long. Yeah, absolutely. And a blood eagle is when they basically separate your rib cage from your spine, and they pull your lungs out to the outer ridges of your broken ribs, and you're basically left to die in that manner. Apparently,
Woo.
some people lived through this, but we only
Without
have
lungs?
one recorded evidence of this ever even happening ever. So,
So I heard
and
with the blood
this is
eagle,
word of mouth.
It's called a blood eagle because they spread your lungs far and wide, like above your shoulders. And they leave you lying there, so it looks like you have wings behind
Oh.
you.
Yeah, so the spread rib cage along with the lungs is supposed to give the vision of you having wings. Yes.
And I can tie this back. So what does everybody think of crucifixion? Coming back from the dead.
Crucifixion, what about it?
Coming back from the dead is
You're glorifying the
shit.
public execution. That's what it is. It was a public execution. That's all.
Yes.
Yeah.
When I see a
Yeah.
cross around people's necks, it to me it looks like a shotgun around people's necks. I'm actually okay with people having some shotgun around their necks, but it's just that's what it looks like.
I mean, I find it interesting that for the longest time they thought that the Romans would drive the nail through the palms of the hands and that would hold the people up until they figured out actually that wouldn't work. So then they had to tie ropes on or go through the wrist or something because you couldn't hold a body up like that just by the palm of the hand.
We're getting
I'm
over
sorry.
it. I can't help it. There's it goes with the miracle claims because the thing I tell to Christians is okay. So here was this guy that got sacrificed, but ISIS crucifies children upside down. So I guess my question is, how many afterlives do I get for each child? Like, it's a good sacrifice because that has
According
to
to
be
Islam,
worse
I don't
than
know.
just regular crucifixion. It has to be like double crucifixion. Double.
I
the
mean,
point.
I like to get nasty with Christians. I get to get real nasty with them.
I
So
don't mean to get nasty. It's just the only way to actually understand a lot of these miracle claims is to take them to their logical conclusions, is to don't have them in like an isolated setting. It's not just can you part the Red Sea? It's can you part every sea? Is that like a thing you can do? And can we go emulate it in the lab? That's what we're looking for. It's funny, they ask us for any evidence, and then I ask for empirical evidence, and they're like,
well, we'll
it's
give
like,
you some of this and this. And faith.
Like
Wait,
like standing for
Hey.
no, not standing, like praise. And his every time he debates it, his evidence is always the miracle claims. He goes straight to like the medical literature with the typically the spontaneous remission. We're like, look, there was a case where this person had cancer. The doctors said, hey, you got 3 months to live, and then 2 months later they checked and the cancer was getting better. It was almost gone. Must be a miracle.
Yeah, everything's
Which
a miracle. In fact, in Catholicism, I believe you have to, in order to be a saint, you have to have confirmed miracles.
they look for 2 miracles. Once they beatify you, I think, then the Christians are allowed to pray to you for an intercession, and then if they have 2 confirmed miracles after that, then
I love
the
that.
Pope can certify that the person is in heaven because the prayers were answered.
2 confirmed miracles.
Yeah,
Not
it's
no
almost
bullshit
always
miracles.
it's almost always somebody prayed to this guy and whoever they prayed for got better, and the doctors don't know why, so therefore it must be a miracle.
And so the
is
advertising
Praise
of the
the older guy?
No, Praise like sounds like a younger guy. He's not that old.
Which
He
one's
sounds
the
like
older
Praise,
guy?
right?
Like the older guy that's always arguing stuff. I can't remember.
Nephilim free, jungle jargon,
I'm looking for him right now.
Smokey. Think about Smokey,
No, not
Otangelo.
Smokey. He's very identifiable.
Otangelo,
Maddox is identifiable. Smokey's identifiable. Nephilim Free is
Dr.
identifiable.
Batman? Mr. Batman. I shouldn't say doctor. I just ruined the name of doctorates.
Okay, where do I find all these people again?
They're all on YouTube.
Modern Day Debate. And this is a advertisement both for the wonderful Modern Day Debate and Why Won't God Heal Amputees.com. That's once again, Why Won't God Heal Amputees.com. We're looking for answers. Come deliver them either there or here.
Well, if you get hurt, of course you're going to pray for it, but you also go see the doctor. So then when you get better, it wasn't the doctor, it was Jesus.
It's amazing. You take an aspirin and you pray and your headache goes away. Isn't that funny how that works?
Well, prayer is a supplement. So you do something and then you supplement it with prayer. I mean, you wouldn't just hold a quarter in your hand and pray that God make it jump off and hit the ground. What you would do is you would pray that when you let go of the quarter, it hits the ground. So you're doing something, but prayer adds to it, right?
Unless you're checking for many of the studies, in which case prayer can actually give people performance anxiety and you have a slower rate of healing.
Performance anxiety.
That's what they hypothesize. The
That's
data
what they think
says
these songs
people
like-
who are prayed for heal at a lesser rate than people who aren't prayed for, but they have to know about it. And their hypothesis is that it's because of performance anxiety. People are sweating, going, "Oh, I got to get healthy. I got to get healthy."
Oh, I see. Because if not, then God doesn't love
God, yeah, then God's not. Yeah, probably gives them some, what's it called, existential crises. And welcome, Blaster Master. Welcome, right?
Oh, why, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. What are your thoughts on miracles?
They don't exist as far as I know.
And that's
No,
a wrap. Thank you all.
No, I think
Listen to Thunderdome.
I think there's a lot of people that want there to be miracles, and that's the problem, really.
Well, yeah,
I
that
agree.
is true. And I've said many times that especially the Christians, the main person that they're really trying to convince of what they're saying is not really you, it's themselves, because they want to constantly reassure themselves that they actually believe this, and they are desperate to find evidence of it in the real world. So anything that comes up that they can latch on to.
Yep.
I agree. Or I think, at least I believe that to an extent. I can't.
I'm just speaking in my mindset. When I was a Christian, I was constantly looking for confirmation, looking for evidence of God in the natural world. So when you really want to see that, you interpret things as that, whether it's valid or not.
Yeah.
Actually thinking of perfect songs to go with this.
Say that again?
I was thinking of perfect songs to go with this. Like a moment ago, "Miracle of Miracles" by from Fiddler on the Roof would have been funny, and now like one of my favorites is like talking about prayer and "Prayer" by Disturbed.
I do like Fiddler on the Roof. I was raised on that. I can't help it.
That's fun.
Don't think it's real, but good movie, good musical.
I can't stand musicals. Maybe it's because my dad is like a dentist and he would like play musicals in his office. And anytime I would go there, I'd hear like the drill in the background in a musical. It'd be like Phantom of the Opera, and someone's like,
"Oh, that's a good
one."
No, I agree with you. I can't stand musicals.
Do you know what I think will win you both over? And it's just this specific musical, but the Book of Mormon.
Oh, I want to see that. I definitely want to see that.
Man,
The musical?
I have not seen
Oh
it.
my goodness. Nice.
I haven't seen it. That's something that's on my list of like things to do.
Oh man, I really appreciate the Book of Mormon. It's so good. It's so modern. I like it.
It's basically two Mormons who fly over to an African country, and life is just, let's say, a little bit different than what they were raised in. And so, yeah, it's
it's funny to watch the Mormons try to prove the Book of Mormon and the lengths that they go to try to pretend that it's real. It's comedic.
Oh yeah, well, I love Mormonism because I use it both ways, and that's what she said.
Yeah.
But I use it both against the traditional Christians because the traditional Christians try and yeet Mormonism so fast in a conversation. It's almost funny. Like they will.
They can't stand it.
Yes, they can't stand it, and they're quickly to point out like Mormonism, that mythology, that con man, and I'm just like,
Yeah. You're like, we have more evidence for Joseph Smith than Jesus. What the hell are you talking about? Like contemporary wise.
It's like if the con man lived 100 years ago, he's a con man. If he lived 2,000 years ago, he's a prophet.
It goes once again, it goes both ways. So I don't know if Jesus really believed his shtick. Was like Jesus, did he really think that he was, did he say he was the Son of God? Because it gets fuzzy what he says, what Paul says, what all
Well, Jesus never existed, so
well, yeah, but
it's possible to determine what he said.
But I know Joseph Smith for the most. I'm like 60 to 70% sure that Joseph Smith was a con, and I'm like 80 to 90% sure that L. Ron Hubbard was a con. A lot of cons going on.
You're not higher with Joseph Smith?
I guess it could go higher. It gets
what's holding
harder.
you back?
Either he was a con or he was batshit
You're right.
crazy.
Maybe
I'm just kind of wondering what's the difference between the two.
Maybe he could have believed it. Maybe he could have actually believed his own shit.
That
Like,
he was-
did he really believe that he was looking into? Do you know why? Do you know why I'll say L. Ron Hubbard is on top? Because L. Ron Hubbard, I believe, is quoted as saying it'd be a great idea to make money through religion, and then he goes and makes a religion. So at that point, it's like a guy saying like nobody can make hamburgers, and then he makes a hamburger joint. It's like, well, I think he had motivation. He fucking told us.
Like only I make the best hamburgers now.
Yeah, only I know, and it's like they send their bodyguards to like knock out all the other bodyguards.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, like all the Scientology offices in their buildings, they all have just an empty office room for L. Ron Hubbard when he comes back.
And I find Scientology fascinating because they have a paramilitary in the modern day. It's like so run down that no one cares. But they have a paramilitary. They have their own military force. Is that not insane?
Does the
They
Vatican
just have a few celebrities. The Vatican has a Swiss Guard. That's like their security force.
which is probably more badass than a lot of fucking countries, probably.
Not only
I would
this,
want to try to kill the Pope.
that's why he wears the glass. But these soldiers or whatever, they sign billion-year contracts. So when
In
they sign on
Scientology.
this, yes, that's where that billion-year contract thing comes from. It comes from being on a ship. They're like a navy, para-navy. It's crazy.
Yeah, the Sea Org.
The Sea Org, exactly.
But
Because
then when you leave Scientology, they mail you a bill for like billions of dollars for all the therapy that you owe them.
Unless you're Tom Cruise.
well, they hate therapy. That's one of their things.
Yeah, they
They're
don't like
anti-psychology.
Yeah. It's thetans. It's not psychology. You just need to stop it. Do you understand? Just stop it. That's pretty much
Yeah,
it.
it's trying to get all of your past lives out of you, basically. They're basically a reincarnation cult.
That thing they hook you up to where you hold the metal cans in your hand and it's supposed to...
Your thetans?
It's 1/3 of a lie detector test. That's what that is.
Yeah. Yeah, it just measures like sweat and like your heartbeat. That's it.
Except the one interpreting the results is also batshit crazy. So, yeah.
So I just want to say for all the Scientology lawyers,
Yeah.
I love all Tom Cruise's movies. I just want to go on record.
Hey, they have the bunkers. That's my friend has a theory that the reason all these famous people are Scientologists because they know they have like bunkers like around the world. So like if anything ever goes down, they have an access to a bunker.
Apocalypse bunkers.
And what they have is they have connections. They have like it was one of his motives, Elron, was like get frigging celebrities in because they are seen as leaders in society, and by getting them in, we get other people in. So they have like a celebrity center or whatever, and they have all this dedication just for getting in celebrities and keeping them there and promoting them.
We should blame Reagan for that.
What did Reagan do?
He was a celebrity.
Was Reagan a Scientologist?
Well, no. He was like an evangelical, but I think he kind of opened up that kind of like thought. Maybe.
Into politics, maybe?
Yeah.
Well, see, I don't know much about his actual politics. I just know that he was one of the modern celebrity presidents.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So like he had power through his celebrity. And Elron saw that and he's like, hey man, let's get all these other celebrities because clearly there's power in that.
Friggin' religion and politics, what can I tell you?
Yeah. Well, and
they can rule the world.
Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
Hollywood is the biggest propaganda machine in the whole world.
Well, they need to get their shit together. Whatever they
they do. I agree.
My degree's in film. I want to love them, but they need to get their shit together. Or one of my, I should say, not the fancy certificates of debt. But
what do they need to do for you?
Yeah, what do you like? What are you looking for?
I want the liberals to regain political incorrectness. They have forgotten that we're here to offend religion. Like we feel bad because we offend the theists, and I don't want it to be dumpster fires. I don't want it to be just us sitting here tipping us fedoras. But that being said, gotta offend people. Sometimes saying things that are from deeply held beliefs are going to hurt people, but hopefully as I'm trying to I forget which roaster comedian said this, you're just trying to scratch the skin. You're not trying to draw blood, but you got to get out there. Little scratches. Trying to take aims at miracles, defying physics.
Amy, that sounds like such a Christian thing. You're just planting a seed. You're just planting a seed.
We are planting a seed. Yeah, that's what I say. My job is to plant seeds of doubt.
Yep. I say, even though I think Jim doesn't like
the shoe, man.
I'll put an asterisk, but I consider myself the merchant of doubt because I I see so much confidence, and you hear it in people's voices. That condescension that you hear from people is certainty. It is
That
like,
John Maddox level of
I
smugness.
know. I'm not going to call out any names, but let's just say the people who think that they know things with such confidence can say it like this. They know it. and
When
we
I
tell ya.
hear that level,
John
when I hear
Maddox?
people, okay, let's not say the
When I-
name.
John
when I
Maddox?
think of John Maddox, I think of like the
I'm gonna be
what's
here
it
3
gets
times.
it of religion.
Yeah,
He's
that's a
like
good analogy.
He's like a weird. That guy is weird. He has some
What's it?
Like
weird issues.
once it gets it, flat Earth guy, and I look
Oh,
at
flat
fucking John Maddox, and I'm like, bro, is your vocabulary just all over the place? You're just using all kinds of word salad to make people believe what you're saying. Like,
No,
I don't get
he's
it.
Using,
Like,
he's
just
using
chill
real
out.
words, but these are like very like strict terminology words, and he misuses the words often.
You
Don't get me
know
wrong.
how like what's it gets it though. He uses words that
Yeah,
don't make any
yeah.
sense for what he's saying, and then John Maddox takes the same types of words and uses them out of context to prove,
It's a
Christianity.
type of language, right?
And
a
it's
type
like,
of
dude, it's a word salad on both sides. This guy's
They try
proving
to get
flat
away
Earth.
with
This
it.
guy's proving Christianity.
They try to get away with it because they know most of the audience doesn't understand the terms either.
Exactly.
Is Neanderthal enough to believe it? Yeah, that's true.
If you say smart enough sounding words, then they'll think you're
With
smart.
highly technical
You know?
terms, and you're using the right
And then
verbiage.
you call everyone around you. You accuse them of having like mental deficiencies and shit.
I may be stepping out of place here. I may be stepping out of place a little bit, but I don't really care.
That's okay.
But
Amy,
when Hillary Clinton used the word deplorables, I was not offended at that time. I didn't really give a crap, I did not vote for Donald Trump and blah 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 whatever. But I look back now, and I'm like, maybe she had a fucking reason to use that word on some of these people. And now I look back at it and I say some of these human beings are deplorable. And I'm like, okay.
So I'm
just give a warning next time before you go into politics, so I can mute my.
I'm just saying.
You know what? I'm gonna save it because it is. I try hard to not go into it because I can prove for the most part the 3 monotheistic religions are not true. I get in heated discussions over whether it's Gnosticism or not. But I will say, and James, you can mute. This is my one thing that I'll say on record, is just that the problem with Hillary is she should have said more politically incorrect things. You can't say one politically incorrect thing and then go back to being a normal politician. And then be like, well, because now they're just going to focus on the one thing.
Just so we know on my part, I was only pointing out the fact that I think people are really dumb in some aspects.
Oh, people are so dumb.
That's all I was pointing out.
Yes, it's George Carlin. It's not me.
Yes.
People are dumb. And we're dumb politics. Okay. And back to miracles. So I think we've been doing... I guess the Jewish, the Christian, and Muslim. I don't know much about Hinduism, and I'm trying to think.
Have you ever heard of the mystic, the flying Tibetan monks in Buddhism?
It sounds familiar. Are they claiming they can really fly?
Yeah, they could levitate while they were meditating. Apparently, that's the claim.
Yeah,
I'd love to see that.
They used to claim the same thing in the Catholic Church before the 14 or 1500s, that their saints could fly around the cathedrals.
Yep. I just to bring up some historicity, I think that I know that Buddhism came way after Hinduism, and I want to say that Buddhism's only 1,000 years old, 800 years old, or something. And
an atheist and a Buddhist. That's the weird thing. So I don't believe
Buddhism isn't theistic, is it?
I think
They believe in reincarnation. That's where my skepticism comes back in.
I can speak to this. I lived in Asia for a couple of years. I practiced. I'm a martial artist. I know about Buddhism.
Woohoo!
So I would say that Buddhism is more like, it depends. Like when I was in Asia and I was training in martial arts, I went to my instructor one day and I was like, are you a Buddhist? You know, this is like 10, 12 years ago, maybe. And I was still confused about what I believed too. And he was like, no, dude. He's like, I'm not a monk. He's like, why would I want to be a Buddhist? You know, he's like, if you want to be a Buddhist, you have to be a monk, basically.
What field of martial arts?
Well, I did jujitsu when I was a kid, and then I did kung fu,
I'm learning.
tai chi, and then I have a black belt in Hapkido from Korea, which is a combination of Aikido, Taekwondo, and Korean martial arts, sword and staff and nunchucks, and grappling. My instructor was like a special forces instructor. I used to go drink with the #1 sword master in Korea, and it was intimidating as fuck.
The #1 sword master, yeah.
Yeah, like in Hapkido at least, yeah. He was like he was like the grandmaster in sword in Korea. And no one fucked with that guy.
See, my goal is to learn jujitsu so I can put people in submission. So if they attack me, I can make them pass out. And then I forget, is it Taekwondo? Which is I just need to learn how to make punches because jujitsu doesn't teach you. It's just wrestling.
Taekwondo is like 70% kicks and 30% punches. Yeah. So like when I learned Hapkido, it's like it has more grappling techniques than like Hapkido or than Taekwondo does. It's more like a military style as opposed to a sport. Like Taekwondo is almost a sport. It's really good as a self-defense though. Like if you can learn it, you can defend yourself with it.
There we go.
That's all I care about. If you could do some of those crazy kicks they do, I imagine you
can fuck someone up while you're handcuffed.
I just want to learn how to use my nightsticks. I just want to learn how to use my nightsticks.
Hey. I'm sure my brother does.
They're practically fuzz.
So
fuzz, yeah.
I mean, I've done some martial arts myself, and I would say that 90% of Taekwondo is a fucking joke, and that there's no realistic, real world use to any of it. And you'd have to be like an actual karate practitioner to make use of any of the strikes learned in Taekwondo.
I mean, I know some Taekwondo dudes that can fuck some people up. I'm just going to say that.
I wouldn't disagree with that. I mean, I wouldn't disagree
you could go down. You could debate it. There's all kinds of debate on which one is the best, and it's a matter of opinion. You know,
it's effective.
I would just say there's no best. No best.
Yeah, it's effective to a certain degree. Yeah, I think it lacks grappling. It lacks like a lot of things. It doesn't do any hand-to-hand like grappling techniques at all. It doesn't teach you how to fight if you're on the ground at all. It doesn't teach you.
You're relying on very powerful kicks to,
I think it teaches. I think it teaches humans unrealistic strikes that place them, if they were in a real world position and you were a first degree black belt in Taekwondo, you have the confidence now to attempt to battle with someone. But if you attempt a spinning round kick on that person, that person's probably going to pummel you to the dirt.
It might not work, yeah.
I guess that's why you should do mixed. And I'll make this point, and then I have a way to tie it back. Because I learned jiu-jitsu, and it's very clean, the practice.
I think jiu-jitsu is really good.
You can't hit, like you can't bite. There's no like, it's it's going after each other and it's trying to put each other in submission.
I love jujitsu.
Which is
I
very
love jujitsu.
okay. So you do like
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, I
useful
love
because
jujitsu.
I'm a
when
brown belt in jujitsu, so yeah, I love it.
When you're
white
being
belt.
attacked,
Oh,
when you're being
everyone beats
attacked,
me.
you can use jujitsu almost always. You know, there's
Yeah.
no point that you can't use jujitsu. It's almost better if you're on your back. You know.
And so I'm just gonna bring it back. I have a question for any of the atheists, but the theists can answer it too. What is a miracle claim that you used to think or believe in that you no longer believe in? Including, anything mainstream and fringe.
I would say when I was a Christian, I used to think that demonic possession was a real thing, and that these
Really?
people were being, that these people were being afflicted by evil spirits of some point. Now, of course, I don't think that anymore, but at the time I did.
See, but I find that highly fascinating. In fact, I find demonic possession highly fascinating, just the entire concept.
It
Even though
is,
I don't think it's true.
because we don't quite understand exactly how it works. I mean, we're sure you could be reasonably sure it's a psychiatric condition of some kind, but exactly what it is,
Yes, and Mike and
Yeah.
what were you gonna say, Sam?
Are you done with that topic? With that?
I wanted to say something about it, but so it's just so funny how I have epilepsy, and they seem to love that word, tying it to demonic possession. When people are like, "Nah, you should probably just take him to the doctor." It's
Yeah,
like,
back in the
probably
day,
not
they
to
would have burned you at the stake.
yeah, it's a good thing it wasn't back
They're like,
then,
she's
right?
having a seizure, burn her.
I know.
Yeah.
They'd be like, she's having a seizure and it wasn't raining. Oh, now we get it. We can solve two birds, one stone.
And I mean, it's a dangerous thing because there's at least a few times a year that the parents will end up killing a child because they think he or she is possessed by the devil, and it really affects real people when they apply their faith in real life.
Yeah, because people, I'm sure, really believe it and are really horrified by it. Sam, let me give you give me 1 second, and then I'll go back to your topic. What do you guys think of the Shroud of Turin? Did any of you guys, a lot of Christians, bring that up?
Complete bullshit. There's like
Complete
everything I read
bullshit,
about
yeah.
I just want to
That's
answer your
like
question.
nonsense.
Something I used to believe in, not anymore. That's all.
That's Otangelo's
Okay.
thing. Is the
Well,
shroud.
we solved the
Okay.
Shroud of Turin very, very quickly. So,
I just don't. I don't think that there's I never found it like compelling at all.
Nah, yeah.
I was
I'm with him.
fascinated when I even heard about it. And I think it was there's the book around it, right? That was famous for, it had its niche
It's like,
for a little while.
This is Jesus. It's like, yeah, right, dude. Like the t-shirt I had 10 years ago, I don't even have that. Like, bullshit. Like, I'm not buying it.
Yeah.
It's not buying it.
What about you, Sam? You said you had something.
Well, yeah, because before we move on to something else, because now I want to know what the crowd of Turret is. But one thing I used to believe in was when I was praying, and I had problems, and I was asking God for wisdom. Oftentimes, I would hear the answer. I'd come up with the answer before I'm even finished asking the question, and I used to attribute that to God. Using my own inner monologue. It sounded like my voice. It didn't sound like any other spooky, mystical.
Yeah, your own monologue.
I got you. You were having a conversation with yourself, and you gave the other side of that conversation the God label.
Correct.
It happened to me when I ate too many mushrooms once.
I've done that too many times.
Kind of like
staring in the mirror.
I was thinking.
No, go ahead, Sam.
How could I know the answer to the question? If I'm asking it, if I have the answers, why would I be even asking the question? It must be God using my own voice, to tell me. But I was just doubting myself that I actually had wisdom.
Yeah.
I just wasn't using it.
So, can I ask you a question, Sam? What brought you? What like brought you out of that? Like, did you have like an aha moment where you were like, "This was not a good. I'm not. I don't have a reliable method. I'm just like pretending or something, you know?" Because that's what happened to me. Like,
It was the negativity of Christianity that, like I just could not take it anymore. I
Yeah.
could not change who I was.
I understand that too. Yeah.
There's no love like Christian hate.
What was it? What was it that came to you?
Nothing really came to me. It was a slow process. I was just tired of being told to feel bad about what I am, who I am, or how I want to live. And that I'll never be able to shake this sin.
I saw Christians doing that to other people, and I think I started doubting immediately. Like,
is that what caused you to doubt, Ryan?
I think so, a little bit. Like, when I was like young, like a young teenager, I had friends that weren't Christians and stuff, and I was always told at church that these people are going to burn in hell, or your friend that has 2 moms, they're going to burn in hell. And I'm just like, this doesn't make any sense, like no loving God would do that to someone. It doesn't make any.
I credit Amy. I spent a lot of time with her. I lived with her for about 5 years, and I went from because I was already going on agnostic by the time I met her, and I went from agnostic to atheist just by like asking myself, like, do I really think these things happened? Can it really be possible for anything that we credit God with, anything?
I think that
omnipresent. It's
the
just
ultimate turning point for me was when I had to live overseas, and I lived in another culture. That I lived in South Korea for a couple of years, and the first year I was there, it just kind of I was like, there were some Jehovah's Witnesses here and there, but I never thought they were real Christians anyway, because that's how I was taught, right? But I think that living in another culture and being around people that held beliefs that were like, there was a lot of like superstition and stuff that I saw that wasn't that was easily, that I could easily acknowledge. I'd be like, okay, that's clearly superstition over here. And then I would go back, well, maybe my culture is really superstitious too. And then I'm thinking about, I'm like, yeah, we are, and
like the thing I mentioned last time about the people over there, they think if they leave the fan on overnight, they're going to die.
Oh yeah, Fan Death. My friends had a band named Fan Death.
Really?
They really think it. There's no scientific basis for it, but they think.
Humans so interest me.
You know why they do that,
what the
James?
hell?
Mostly, they do it to cover up people that drink themselves to death.
Okay,
In the news.
there we go. That's a more human explanation. You just
Instead of
That
saying
soldier, man.
overdose.
That soldier.
They didn't overdose. The fan killed them.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't drink themselves to death on soju. They had a fan running in the room, so therefore it was fan death. You know what I mean? That way, then the family can get the insurance package and everything, and blah 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 blah. Because people kill themselves like on the daily over there from drinking to death. It's very common.
Another pattern. It brings us back to death. Not to be cheery and bright, but it seems like a lot of these superstitions, a lot of these beliefs really center around death. All these miracles coming back from the dead.
Well, you got to save face somehow, right? So, was Jesus an adulterer? Did he go to brothels in real life? I'm just picturing Jesus doing this.
Hope so.
Now, as a hypothetical, I would think he probably did. I fucking hope so too. I hope he got his dick wet at least once.
I don't think
Mary Magdalene.
Right? So was he a real person? Maybe. Did he do real things? I hope so. If he was a real person, Like, I hope this mythical version that the Christians created around this person isn't actually true. I hope he was like the original, like Trent Reznor or something. He just was like so badass that people are like, he's God, you know? Like,
Well, it depends on which version of Christianity. You know, you can pick the
you're right.
really nice Sunday school version of Jesus where he's basically a socialist here to give everybody good things. Or you could pick the other guy. Oh, what were you going to say?
I was going to say he was radical. He didn't, he was
Yes.
like, he wanted to.
Or he was
certain
here by
ways.
the sword. Yeah, or you could flip it a little bit and you could say, I'm here by the sword. I forget the direct quote.
In blood.
Yeah, so a little bit not Sunday school accepted, approved.
The blood magic behind miracles.
Oh, they hate that word. They hate that word. And that is exactly what I view it as. Like, there is no other, like, they are taking
my
a guy.
definition is blood magic.
Yes, isn't it? They're killing a guy and they're saying, but they're like, hey, hold on. It's not crazy. This guy's
His blood
perfect.
will clean everyone.
Yes,
There
as
are
soon as
so
we
many
kill him-
pagan things involved with Christianity that it's ridiculous. Like it's simply dumb.
There's also a quote in the Bible that says, "Don't decorate your trees." So that just makes me want to decorate trees.
That's
and of course they would tell you that you would take that out of context. Blah 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 blah.
They're
We're
like,
either
just
taking things
don't
out
hang
or
like skeletons from them and shit.
is that like it's not that zombies actually rose up out of the dead along with Jesus. It was
yeah, they don't like that passage. They try to avoid that one.
Yeah, they do.
You know, Amy, I wanted to say just a second ago when you said that a lot of these things center around death. You know, I would say that a lot of people, a lot of pagan folks that are unspoken for, their stuff is centered around life rather than death. Like a lot of us, like, and I'm speaking, I don't want to speak for faiths outside of my own, but I think I can in a lot of instances because I'm part of several communities. A lot of our stuff is centered around life. You know, we don't tell you what is going to happen to you after you pass, right? We're telling you that we don't fucking know. We don't have a clue. But we hope. But it's all in hope, right? This is what we hope. Hope. You know, it's all in hope. It's not on faith. It's not on faith. We're not telling you to believe this. We're telling you to have hope. Maybe not. Right?
Maybe it's true. And then
Master feels like.
Yeah, so I've talked to a lot of like people that are like Wiccan and stuff. Like,
yeah, well, that's an 80-year-old religion.
Yeah. No. Have you? I mean, when you talk to them, like those are the most sensitive, as far as I know. They like really don't like their beliefs being questioned at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, most modern people don't.
Well, I don't know if that's true. I mean, like, if I go out, if I'm hanging out at the bar or something, and I'm just talking to someone, and I'm like, "Do you?" So I'm just like, "Hey, I like to ask people about their beliefs and like maybe get them to question their beliefs. Do you hold like a weird superstition that you'd be interested in talking about, maybe, and see if we can deconstruct it? You know, I'll do that. I just try to start conversations like that, and I'm just like, I want to I want to start with
what I've noticed about
superstitions. I want to start at the very bottom, and if I can just put little like we were saying earlier, pebbles of doubt.
What I think the vast
little cracks.
Do that.
The vast majority of the pagan community has kind of been like kind of on board with like Wiccan people. It's not that we have an issue with them, but generally speaking, we don't want to be attached to them because they have the most extreme beliefs, right?
So
they're very extremist.
They're teenage pagans. They're teenagers compared to the rest of the people.
A lot of them. I think so. That's a good way to put it. But I've met some adults too. But they really they believe in magic. They
No, I'm talking
believe.
about their-
Yep.
not
One
their
of the
physical
main things that I notice that they say will say, whatever I believe, that makes it true. Regardless of
Christianity.
reality. Yeah,
Well-
but they will. It's even more sensitive though. Than if you go like, well, how do you know it's really true? And they go like, well, shut up, troll. You're the. They're like, I'm gonna try and curse you now. That's kind of stupid.
Yeah, we try to detach ourselves from that shit, man.
The
What's up,
religion
brother?
itself is the teenager compared to the rest of the pagan religions.
And I just wanted to, I don't even know if it's even pushback or a question. I guess my thing is I have a lot of hope. I am very hopeful, even with all this stuff going on. And I want people, I want us to come out of this superstitious era if we ever weren't not in it to begin with. I think I just used a double negative, but I would like us to be less superstitious as a society, because I think there's just, especially in the United States, as we're one of the last religious Western countries, and it's almost like a lot of the religious is neutered in a lot of the other Western countries. I want to get us there, and I want to get the rest of the world there.
Can I ask you this question,
With hope.
Champ, about Norse mythology? Because I don't know where I heard it from. I just always heard it that their view of after death is that they go to a place and they get ready for this epic battle, and then they lose that battle. They know they're going to lose, but they do it anyway. And then I'm not sure what happens after that.
Man. That's such a common myth, man.
Is that that's something?
That's something spread by Christendom, man. That's something spread by Christendom. Yeah, it's everybody wants to be. Even I noticed that even amongst like Norse people, right? Like a lot of people don't understand how much has come from Christendom, right? Like how much has been emphasized from Christianity into the Norse faith, like a lot of people play. Anyways. So to answer your question, no, man, there's no heaven and hell. You're gonna reach this point or that point because you're a good person or a bad person. If you were to go to the Norse hell, right, Helheim, right, if you were to go there, you're still going to a very peaceful fucking place. You're still going to a place where, like, you're going to still see fruits and vegetables and have camaraderie amongst common people, right? And if you were you'd have to be an extremely terrible human being to reach anything past that, right?
Niflheim?
Like, you'd have to be, Niflheim. Yeah, you'd have to be an extremely terrible human being to get to that point. To the point to where everybody will recognize you as a bad person. You would recognize your own self as a bad person, right? Like, I hate saying this.
Afterlife.
Yeah, I hate bringing this up because this strikes nerves, And I wanted to make it a point from the very start that we as Norse people obviously disagree with any sort of racism whatsoever. Like, from the very beginning, right? Like, we disagree with any of that shit. We don't want to be attached to that shit. Like, we were some of the first people who denounced, like, the Confederate flag. We were the first people who said, like, hey, this fucking swastika thing was a thing of peace, but we don't want we don't need part of it, right? Like, we're speaking out for the people who used it as a symbol of peace before the people who used it as, like, a symbol of hate.
Idaho,
but
Montana, and I know how that's been abused by a lot of people.
Yeah.
But
I know. With all this said, like, we don't want a part of that shit, right? Like, we don't want any. We want to. We're the first ones to attack these people.
Ocean.
So with that said, with that said, I recently got attacked because, I said, hey, just because it sounds terrible to a lot of people, but there were a lot of people who fought in a German regime under Nazi power who were not distinctly attached to being Nazis. They weren't specifically out there to attack a race of human beings.
I would say look at our military
that stuff.
right now. It doesn't. There isn't one religion represented in our military either.
But those
clearly.
people still went out there as a symbol for their country, believing that what they were doing was right for their country at the time, or maybe they were just defending their families.
They're following orders.
Whatever it took to keep themselves and their family alive.
Yeah, exactly.
And I can't find hatred for those humans.
Right.
It's like the Confederates. Most of them didn't even own slaves, and they weren't out there because of that.
And so those humans, I don't think those humans are going to a very bad place, man. I think those people are going to a decent place.
And in a second, I'm going to change the topic, but I just wanted to say, so if you could just explain what the myth it is that most don't believe, that most pagans or would you consider yourself, if you said Norse, or what's the actual label? If you have a label.
Sorry. I don't understand the question.
What would you call the religion?
At the very beginning, you said most pagans don't believe this, or most Norse don't believe this.
She was asking how would you label yourself and describe it, I think.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm absolutely a Norse pagan. I would say that for myself. Okay. So what's secondary to that? Like, what am I saying or not saying?
It sounded like someone was asking if you believe in Ragnarok or something, and you're like, "Well, we don't believe in Ragnarok."
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe in that at all. No, that's all shit. No, that's all. Like, people want to attach Christianity to faith, to our faith, and I don't agree with that.
We also we move-asize things. That's not even a word, but just like how Dante's Inferno, it really is what gives us our mental image about hell. The same thing happens with Hollywood and the others, and Blaster Master is about to blast. So what's on your mind?
So no, I just had a question about when it comes to pagan myths, sorry, not to call them myths, but
hey man, say whatever you want, dude.
You can do that on this channel.
No, so that's the thing. You're not saying that they're true or anything. You're just kind of this is the path I've chosen, sort of thing, right? Is that kind of what it's like? Am I wrong there? You don't believe it's you don't have a method of determining if what you believe is true or not, right?
I think he just says he hopes it's true, and that's all.
Yeah, he just hopes it. So it's so.
Hey, and that's my internet went down for just a minute, man. My internet was down for the last 45 seconds. So
if you don't mind, good timing, though.
Yeah, if you don't mind, dude, repeat all that, man. Because
I like how the microphone's right here. It looks like I'm talking into it.
Yeah.
You have a double microphone.
No, I don't have. I just have my microphone on my head on my camera. Anyway,
you're as drunk as me, then.
I'm fucking drinking wine here.
Excuse me, I
was thinking Caucasians earlier. No, but I love this sort of thing because I love Norse mythology. I'm intrigued by it, and I always like the idea of Valhalla. It sounds way cooler than heaven. What the hell, dude? You go party with your friends rather than worshiping some fucking asshole.
Yeah.
It's a no-brainer to me. If we're gonna have to
man, you're gonna go drink. You're gonna go drink fucking with some cool people and smoke some bud.
Yeah.
All right, exactly. And go sit on your knees for all of eternity. Yeah, of course.
You mean that doesn't sound appealing to you?
No.
Praising God forever?
In front of some weird some extremely weird looking fucking angels that scare the fuck out of you, man. These dudes are scary. Fuck. They're like creatures of like horror.
God, I love you. God, you're so great. You're the best God ever. Heaven's really good, God. You're a really good God, God. I love you, God.
Anyways, man, I think you were going to ask a question, right? Like, you're about to said amongst pagans something.
And in a second, I'm going to change the topic.
Okay.
But James, you had a question?
No. He was Blaster Master was going to ask his question because KOC left. He was asking. I forgot what he was asking.
Shit, dude. I can come up with another one. No, I like this topic. I think it's interesting because I was saying, like, it's like I really don't have a problem that people are like, I hope this is true. If I don't necessarily believe it, you know what I mean?
He was asking if you what level, I guess, of certainty.
Yeah, I think I was like, that's my like concern is like, what level of certainty do you have, and does it affect your belief or your actions? You know what I mean, throughout your life. Like if it doesn't, like if you have like an ethical code based on it, like I'm not really necessarily concerned by that, especially if you're not harming anyone. You know what I mean? Like
no, man. So it's just like I was telling Amy earlier. None of this affects the way that I live, right?
Okay.
The way that I think most humans, you know, would live the same type of life that I live, with or without any sort of faith. And so, with that said, I think that I hope that, you know, the way we choose to believe or live or whatever, I hope that there is something that happens after this, and but I don't tell anyone to live a certain way. I don't have rules and regulations to the way that I live, right? I don't have anything that says, hey, if you do such and such, you're gonna go to Niflheim, or if you do such and such, you're gonna do this or that or whatever. There's none of that, man, because it's all about the way that we choose to live as human beings, right? Like none of us. I don't think. Yeah, I think it's human morals, man. It's you know, we don't lie, cheat, steal, kill, murder, rape, molest children. You know, we don't do these sorts of things, and if you do, then you understand what you're doing is wrong, and you know that you're breaking rules, right? You know that you're doing these things that you shouldn't do.
This is like one of the weird, not to change, I'll change the subject a little bit, but this is one of the weird things that when religious people say, like atheists don't have good reasons to be moral or whatever, something like that, you know what I mean? Or they're like, why are you moral? Why don't you go out and rape people and murder them? And I'm like, really, dude, you can't think of good reasons not to like rape and murder people? Like beyond God said not to do it? Like,
yeah, really. It's kind of like
Mr.
Norse
Batman
people.
saying, yeah. I was just going to Mr. Batman who says that if we didn't have God, everyone would just go out and molest children because why not?
There's nothing wrong with it, right? According to him.
Seems to be his gotcha, too.
The only thing is, like, it says the Bible says it, so I guess it's okay. If you don't believe the Bible, then I guess raping kids is okay. I don't know of anybody who would say that.
Fucking be watching
No,
Mr. Batman.
No, I would disagree with all of that. 100%.
I just want to ask him then. So if we're all on an island and there's no books and we forget everything, and are you going to start molesting children because there's no Bibles on the island?
Yeah.
I mean
Catholics
why not be a pedophile, Amy, right? Why not?
We don't
Catholics
have the Bible.
created Christianity, so I mean, if Catholics created Christianity, then I don't know, you know. I mean, let's just be real here for a minute.
I think just have to, whenever they say these sort of things, you guys, we have to get in the habit of reminding them that they are only talking about themselves. You know what I mean?
I mean, I like to tell them. I like to bring up the situation of Joseph being like, what, 33, 34 years old and molesting a 13-year-old girl?
Well, the
Like,
Catholics
I
say
mean-
he never consummated the marriage, so
Yeah, that's how they square that circle.
But
Is they say they're
how-
married with the virgins.
I don't.
However, in their own faith, James is only 1 year older than Jesus. And if James is only 1 year older than Jesus, then that would make Mary 14 years old.
well, then they
But
would say James
God-
wasn't the biological brother of Jesus; that he was more.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just telling
Exactly.
you, this is what the theologians will say. It doesn't
No,
mean he
no,
was
I know.
biological.
But
Yeah.
it's
I
so
already know.
silly.
I already know.
Why-
I've
why be
argued
a
this a
virgin?
lot.
It's this whole notion of purity. There's no reason for like him having virgin parents doesn't prove that he's a god. Him coming back from the dead would not prove you're a god. I mean, and somehow the not having a body is not proof of a god either. I don't know why they use that apologetic.
I mean, what else do they have, Amy?
I don't know.
They're kind of running up. They're kind of grasping for straws as it is.
Right.
And
God is
Yeah.
timeless, therefore he doesn't exist. I mean, exists independent of everything else.
I
I
agree.
don't know. Like, it's so stupid. It's just like whenever I hear this sort of this outside of time or whatever, I'm just like, well, you just
Like
define
Kalam.
God out of his existence. Because as far as I know, something that exists has to exist within time, by definition.
But Ryan, what came before time?
Nothing. I don't know.
I know.
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't know.
We admit we
Don't
don't know.
want to assume another universe.
It could be,
It could be anything.
or there never was. And so
Maybe we're just inside a black hole, a universe inside a black
That's
hole.
what I've thought
inside
before.
another
An
universe.
infinite cascade of
Maybe.
black holes. It could
That's
very well
inside
be.
of another black hole. That's inside of another black hole.
I've heard that recently.
It would be
that's
infinite,
what
yeah.
they're proposing that we have infinite black holes, and inside those black holes are other universes, just are failed universes, basically.
Well,
Yeah,
what I
with
even
other
saw a model
physics.
the other day. I saw a model the other day that says that the universe constantly goes back in time to create itself. Now, I don't know. I don't understand how that could work, but there are physicists who say it's an acceptable model. I don't know.
I need to see like solid demonstration that it's like I'm okay with like hypotheticals and everything. I love it, but we need something that's more solid. Sometimes I just need something that's testable.
So I
You know,
have.
one thing I have a pet peeve against, like when somebody says some scientists or some physicists or some whatever
It's
say
just
anything,
conjecture.
because I'm like, what's the percentage here? Are we talking 3%? Are we talking 10%? Are we talking 90%?
I think we
You
should
know?
encourage this type of thought. I think we should encourage hypothetical thought, but we shouldn't. The problem is people will go, "Oh, string theory, that's so silly," and the problem is like, no, that's actually a really good idea, and there's ways to test it. We should put money into that and do it, and we can.
I think my pet peeve comes along when you have people that are like, hey, this one scientist or these 10 scientists say that XYZ, and I come
Well,
to
you
the
know,
conclusion that the earth is flat.
Everything has to start off somewhere. So, I mean,
I think the majority of humans on Earth want to know if there are extraterrestrials out there, and where the fuck are they?
well, I can answer that for
know.
you. They're out here.
That's true. James and I have differing opinions on this subject.
I mean, I've seen things like
I'm
UFOs
working on
that-
Amy. I'll bring her over to the truth.
Hey,
I've never
so
seen an
want-
alien, so I'm not. Who the?
I just
who the
think
hell
it's so fucking hard to make multi-celled organisms, but
I would be closer to believing there are aliens than not believing there are aliens.
Oh,
I'm sure there are out there, but whether there are aliens out there and whether they're ever going to visit us is two different things. Because
I would think that
we
we're
can't
probably
even
like an anthill.
maybe. I mean, there's probably lots
It's not
of
that
single
amusing,
celled
you know.
life
We're just
out
not
there.
very-
There's got to be civilizations way older than ours. I mean,
Yeah, they're like 1 million years old
Well,
compared to ours.
our
Technologically,
galaxy is 13
amazing.
billion years old, and we've only been
Hey.
around for 4 of it.
I agree.
You would,
I want it to be
Not
here.
even
you would need at least a few billion years for supernovas and everything to start making elements to have life.
Yes,
But
generation 1.
yeah, you
of
would need a
stars.
couple billion years before it could get started. But
We
I think
have
we could
had
all
enough
go on with this
time.
one a lot.
And if there's
Oh yeah, and I am going to change the topic here.
okay.
What's your last thing? Did you want to have Did you want to say something? Oh, he's already gone. That's okay. I feel bad. We could go on forever though. So
We could.
I want to, because I think I have a unique take on this, because this is such a tightrope. This is just like the Judaism one. And Ryan, if you want, you can say your last comment, or we'll pick it up afterward.
No,
I
go ahead.
think this is a separate issue. We can break this into two separate issues with Islam. I think we are winning in the West. I think we're not winning in third world countries, in everything that's not the West. And so the question becomes, what is our strategy? And I have, as everything with politics, I think that the atheists need to take a third road position, in that we need to absolutely love the Muslims because they're our brothers and sisters, yet we're trying to get rid of Islam. It's just like,
We have to show that we're not the scary boogie ghosts that they're taught in their religion.
yes. And it needs to be like, it's not like it's so hard to say.
They have a lot of boogeyman sort of mentality towards people that don't believe as they do.
Yes, and it should be, I don't want it to be like a physical war. If your ideas are better than ours, your ideas will win. If our ideas are better than yours, ours will win. End of story.
I think
we can have, what's that?
I think we have to start at home. We have to teach Americans how to think more critically first.
Well, that definitely, 100%.
My wife works for the state. She teaches at the community college. She teaches GED classes, and she writes the curriculum for the state and stuff for a lot of those. Like, she writes the curriculum for testing teachers to become GED teachers, basically.
That's kind of awesome.
Yeah, she's a badass. She's in a PhD program right now. She's pretty much my hero, right?
And
She's pretty smart.
You said balancing idiots. I want women in this country to feel safe wearing a hijab. It's simple as that. We don't even need to have a debate on it. I want
women to feel safe no matter where they are, no matter what they're wearing. If they could walk down the street naked, they should feel safe. They should feel safe to be able to do that.
It should be a Western liberal ideal. And sorry I interrupt everybody. I feel like I do that sometimes. But yes, so the task becomes, how do we get rid of, I come from a Jewish background. I love the Jews. How do we get rid of Judaism while loving Jews? How do we get rid of these religions while loving them?
Feed them better, like non-kosher food.
Make a bacon campaign.
You gotta start small. Put pebbles in their shoes with bacon. Like, I don't know. Like, seriously, that's like one way. Like, like, this bacon ain't no lie, man. Like, if you think bacon is the devil, what the hell?
No, I
like,
agree.
Clearly, like, there's something wrong with your religion. What's wrong with your religion if you think bacon's wrong? Same with Islam. You guys, what the hell? Bacon's delicious.
Yeah, I've got nothing to say for those people, man. I can't get it.
I think probably being a vegan or something is more morally ethical, but I don't know how to tackle that one.
Well, I want to be a vegan, but I have cognitive dissonance. That's a whole nother subject.
Yeah, we've talked about that before.
That's right.
It's hard to defeat the argument morally, but practically, yeah.
Well, 70 to 80% of my diet is meat, and it always has been.
I always try to reduce my amount of meat that I'm putting in if I can, and eat like more fruit.
See, but the other 20% is not fruits and vegetables. The other 20% to 30% is like artificial things, like purple.
So
like purple's 10%.
Gotta be. Okay. Do you like to cook?
It's okay. I'm medium in it. It's like directions. I know. I have to get over it.
No, you're good. I'm a good chef. If you ever want some cooking tips, talk to me.
Woohoo!
I'm a chef.
Hey, I'm all for that. We should have a cooking podcast. But
Oh,
back
yeah,
to
no, I thought about
miracles.
that. We could do that. How about like if I could tell you what ingredients to get, and then we get on live like this, and I just walk you through the steps, and I'll cook it with you. We'll cook it at the same time, and then we can compare them afterwards.
Hey, I'm okay with this. I want to
All
do,
right,
I
let's
want
do
to
it,
do
Amy.
cooking. I want to do also a consciousness podcast, which is a little bit meta, but I can't help it. I'm obsessed.
What's the consciousness podcast?
Well, just the topic, but basically, I'm trying to create synthetic consciousness, or I'm upset. I want to and want to get people to
I'm
that are
kind of
also interested in
that
it.
idea too. I'm like the idea of AI, like
Yes.
artificial intelligence that it could change our whole world. Like it could change everything.
Yeah, I think this is where I start talking like aliens, or like Sam Harris. But we only get one chance to do this right, so we need to do it right.
And you know,
do what right?
Like, to create. Well, I don't know.
Oh, to create synthetic
I'll tell you.
Okay.
I'll tell you. I'll go a little out, and then we go back to miracles. But we're creating constantly right now what I call the God Slave. The God Slave is the robots that can do anything for us and obey us. What I want to do is create something or make something, whatever word, because the creationists are going to like, rah, 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 rah. But this is synthetic, so it's artificial.
Like Humans 2.0. Have you seen that show?
I haven't, but that sounds interesting. I should see it.
Dude, it's all about that. It's all about the ethical implications behind it too.
I'm very interested in the ethics
because the AI gets sentient, and you're like they gain into and then they put the code out there, and like all these like robots start gaining intelligence on their own. All the like house-made robots.
Yes,
I forget.
So I'm going to try and prevent that. I'm going to try.
I forget who it was, but I know somebody, a famous scientist, maybe who was within the past few years, came out and published an article about how important it is not to grant synthetic organisms or synthetic consciousness, the rights of humans,
right,
or any type of human rights, because it's such a slippery slope. Once you start going down that path.
The problem is that there's always going to be someone that's going to do
anything that had if we created something that had like sentience that could feel. And
I have good definitions for those words.
Yeah, I think we generally all of us do. If it was on the level of my dog, I would be very concerned.
Dogs have sentience.
Yes, I would be very concerned at this point. You know what I mean?
I know.
I'd be like,
let me tell you something. If we get to dog, we're 95% there.
That's what I'm saying.
We're almost there.
That's right.
But yes, I want them to have will, which means they're not going to be God's slaves, which means they're going to make choices, which means there is the possibility they could throw us over, asterisk on the side. But hey, we may have a chance of them not overthrowing us and them being like our children and us integrating and going to all sorts of planets and stuff. Anyway.
Or it could just be like, I welcome our new overlords.
Yeah, we're going to have to teach them. They're going to have lives. They're going to have lives. They're going to live in normal time periods and stuff. They're not going to have Matrix-like intelligence, though I do worry about how they're going to get better.
We need them to be like children so that they learn.
They will be. They 100%.
They could be like the new gods, and they wipe us all out for the great flood.
I'm okay with that.
And then once they wipe us all out, and they keep like 10% of us alive, they tell us, "Hey, we are the new gods." And then we're like, "Yeah, but you don't really have batteries any longer." So
the Matrix isn't going to happen. The Matrix, because they would have better ways of doing it. I've thought about this. The Matrix is amazing, and we should think about it, just like we should think about Westworld. But I'm going to try and prevent some of that
Well,
stuff.
I mean,
we'll
the
see
thing
where
is,
the world will end.
the Matrix is about thermodynamics because to get energy from humans, you'd have to put energy in, and you could never get it to be 100% efficient. So they would still have to put more into the system than they would get out of it.
Oh man,
Yeah, it
you
would
brought
be
up thermodynamics, bro.
Well, it would just be highly ineffective to use humans. We think that our consciousness is so special. So I get that argument all the time. Like, it has to be humans because our conscious. It's like, nah, they'd do batteries. They'd run a waterfall. A waterfall would replace us. Get out of here. They're not. They wouldn't be like us. They'd be they will be more like us.
I
But
think
if they're
I think that we'll
robots,
probably combine ourselves with them is more likely.
maybe
Is it bad that
That's very possible.
I think that's
is
more
it bad
likely.
that I've watched so many debates that whenever someone says thermodynamics, I automatically think flat Earth and
You should-
hey, what about first and third and these other laws?
Even when someone's using
it's the second
alternative-
law of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
If someone's on that
Should be
level, you have
suspicious.
to ask them if they even care about how they evaluate things or not. Like, I just you don't care about the truth if you think the Earth is flat. And no amount of information I give you is going to change your mind because you're doxastically close to that already. Like, nothing I could say would change a flat earther's mind.
It's just a question of when they're ready to give up that belief and move on. It's not a matter of evidence.
Yes,
I was just saying that as soon as someone says thermodynamics, I'm automatically like, hey, hold on. I watched too many debates for this man.
No, it's God. You know what it is? Well, you're right. You know what? I won't disagree with you. It is that. But beyond that, it's God. Because we saw that in last night's debate, didn't we? And it was the first time. I think he was reading the chat because he was like, you know what? I'm going to take a swing at God. And because all the flat earthers, the flat earthers will never bring up God in a debate. Until you bring it up. Once you bring it up, it's like poker because they're going to use science. They're going to use all these things. But the moment you bring up God, they're like, oh, of course I'm doing this because of God. No, I'm doing this because they're trying to get evolution in schools. And you're like, what? They're like, I thought we were doing a flat earth. And it's like, yeah, it's a flat earth because it says it in the Bible. And you're like, what? We've been debating all these different models. You've been trying to talk about science. And then, yes, we should take more swings at God with flat earthers.
Well, it just goes back to the whole thing that Christians do is they're just looking for things in reality that make their belief real. And what better thing than, the Bible says the earth is flat. The earth is flat. There you go. Must be right.
I will say this, that a lot of those flat earthers will just be like, yeah, I believe this because it gives me an ego boost. I've heard them say that because they're like, I think I know something that other people don't actually know.
Did you watch the debate last night on Modern Day
Now
Debate?
that you say so.
With Lemon.
The conspiracy guy. Yeah.
I know who Lemon is.
Yeah.
I know who Lemon is. I've talked to him personally. Yeah, I know.
Really?
I'm very familiar with all the flat earthers dudes. Huh?
Yeah, he's just interesting. I'm just getting into
Lemon
flat
is like
earth.
a sweetheart, but he's totally like.
So he goes further than most flat earthers because he's talking about the earth being on physical pillars.
The hamster is just like
what?
He's going around in a wheel, and then the hamster just flies off the wheel and is just flying through the air and doesn't stop. That's Lemon. That's his brain. It just flies. The hamster is just out there flying in the distance. He doesn't understand reason. He wants to be the devil's advocate.
What
Lemon is just kind of a bitch, dude.
I feel for Lemon, man, because I think that he's someone who doesn't actually understand the language that he speaks. He's been convinced, man. He's been convinced so far to believe and say anything that he's been indoctrinated into.
But he's been arguing this shit for 5 years.
I think
some shit.
I know, but I'm just saying, man. A lot of us were Christians at one point, or Catholics or whatever, and we believed a lot of crazy things.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
we
it
all.
feels
And
good.
I believe there are guys like Nathan Thompson and What's It Gets It who actually don't believe the shit they're saying. They don't actually believe any of this shit. They
You
just
don't think he
want to
is?
press the narrative, man.
What's
Yeah.
it gets it? You think he's a faker?
I
Oh
think
man,
you're right.
I think he makes
you're
money
right.
off the shit.
Lemon believes what he's saying. He's just really like confused about a lot of things, and he thinks his arguments are good. Well, he doesn't even care if his arguments are good. He thinks if as long as he can come up with another argument, then he can keep believing in his bullshit.
Exactly. And
Well, Witsa gets it.
yeah.
Most of his content is religious. He puts out a ton of
Mhm.
religion. Only once in a while you'll see a flat Earth.
I've watched a lot of his crazy shit on his own channel,
Dude,
where he's
been around a long
propagandizing like freaking Donald Trump, and he's
Yeah, they said it's Trump the
politicizing all kinds of
Antichrist.
crazy shit.
I commented. I said 8 years ago they were talking about as Obama. Then it was George W. Bush as the Antichrist, and before that there was no
what's
internet, but
funny,
it was still
though?
Bill Clinton.
What's funny though is me and him have been going back and forth for a long time now. We've been arguing, and I think it was probably less than a year ago, he was publicizing that Donald Trump was the quote unquote right hand of God, and that he loved him so much, and that he was going to be like the next best thing for the world. He was bringing in Jesus and all these crazy things. And then just recently, he started denouncing Donald Trump.
Yep,
and saying that he's part of this and that and blah, 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 blah. And he uses big, giant words that people don't understand. And he uses them out of context. And it makes you believe shit.
Care if he's using them accurately. He knows.
If you were dumb, if you were I'm not even going to say dumb. If you were not educated to research things of your own, you could be convinced by What's It Gets It or Nathan Thompson very quickly.
No,
well, it's like the precepts.
I agree.
The presuppositional exceptions. All they do is come here not to really give science or to actually give evidence, because they say we won't accept evidence. So all they do is preach. And so a lot of them know very sophisticated terms like the transcendental argument for the existence of God. But when it doesn't actually prove a God, it doesn't really matter because it sounds fancy.
No, that's in the debate with Matt Dillahunty and Sal. That's what Matt got so pissed off about was when Sal said, Sal's like, what? Well, I don't think you'd believe any evidence I give you. And Matt was like, well, then what are we here talking about?
Yeah.
But you know what? Saul is I asked him, I was like, how do you evaluate these personal experiences you had? He's like, well, faith. There's no way. It's not a reliable method. I just thrown the dice here. He admitted that much to me.
Really?
I mean, he does admit that he's not 100% sure, but yeah.
No, he admits that he has no good reason to believe what he does. Like, he's just like, it's all just whatever. It's all post hoc, all those shit that's what pisses me most. Okay, I'm gonna turn my camera on to say this. Wait, that's not it. Okay. What pisses me the most off about fucking theists is when, like, S.J. Thomason, they go out there and they spread their fucking stupid ass narratives that have no basis in reality, and they're educators, and they platform G-Man, who's a known liar and fucking moron.
Isn't G-Man always right?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, of course he is. Yeah. When is he wrong? He's never been wrong.
Exactly. Just like the flat earth.
Never. And just like SJ, she's like, oh, Jesus didn't, like, God didn't drown babies. He was relocating them. It's like, no, I'm not buying this shit.
Wait. He was relocating babies?
Yeah, that's
where
what said.
When
God drowned babies, the babies that drowned during the they were just being relocated. He wasn't drowning.
Like storks. They were all picked up. Also, It's okay. I like this. This is hedging bets. It's
I mean,
okay
this is like
that
so.
the
Like, I
parents
love.
die. It's okay.
Does he mean physically relocating him or just bringing him to heaven?
I love S.J. Thomason because she's so naive and so stupid, and yet she has
Arknash.
like a PhD. And I'm like, my wife and I sit here, and my wife she has 2 masters, a couple bachelors, whatever, blah, blah. She's getting a PhD too. And she's a smart ass. And anyway, but we sit here and we listen to her.
Better
And
than
we're
a
like,
dumbass. Okay, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
and
Keep
I'm
going.
like, and I sit here and listen to SJ, and I'm like, what the fuck planet do you live on? You can't call yourself an educator and platform G-Man on your YouTube channel.
As much of an educator as Kent Hovind.
Yeah.
And it's hard because I want to debate some of these people, but at the same time, are you platforming them by debating them? Are you?
No, dude, they're fucking ass clowns. No, go for it. Like, dude, bring them. I say bring them on. Like, the more like ridiculous. Here's the thing: there are people that are not platformed that have more viewers. That like, there's like private churches on YouTube that have like thousands and thousands of viewers that you never see through the algorithm because they're just kind of hidden.
I agree.
You know, they make all their shit private and we never see it. And it's really hard to find their channels. Occasionally you'll come across 1 or 2, you know, when they make something, if you type in the right search thing and you're like, in the last hour, what video came up? You know, you might run into a few church or 2 that are just hiding where they have like 10,000 subscribers. And you're like, what the hell? Like,
They have
like,
a good social media presence.
SJ, she's educated. So is Sal Cordova. He's got multiple degrees. And the thing I asked Sal on is, so he combs through scientific papers about evolution and biology, looking for anything that looks off to him, and therefore concluding that evolution isn't true. Said, I mean, 99% of the people who are educated like you, they look at the same studies, they have the same data, they look at it and they don't see a problem. Why do you all of a sudden think that you found something they all missed?
Also, it's a feedback loop. It's,
you know,
it's not tied to atheism is not tied to evolution. But because the creationists fight so hard and because it's us that step up to the plate, it looks like it's creationism versus atheism, but it really shouldn't be.
But
really,
it's that creation and religion are so tied up together, you can't separate the two.
Yeah, and they try to do so much harm.
I think the creationists are probably taking the more honest interpretation
of the Bible. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, well, they're taking
just
the more
like the Westboro Baptist
slavery.
Church.
Yeah.
And just like ISIS does with Islam.
Yeah, well, it's like what we said, the people who were saying the Bible supports slavery on the Southern Confederate side, they had the better arguments that the Bible really does say it's okay.
Oh, yeah, they did. That's why they stuck around for so long.
Now, I appreciate the more liberal ones who evolved their faith to be more humane and realistic and current with the times.
I appreciate them in the sense that they're naive enough to be dumb.
Well,
I mean, they're not.
I wasn't. We have to fight 2 different fronts. It's that in like with the literalists, we have to fight that for how silly it is, and through the and it's okay. It's so funny. We can call them whatever. It's when they can call us whatever. It's when we do it that they try to score points. But whatever.
And we're the godless atheists.
I know exactly. It's because we're humanists. It's because we're looking at other humans across from us, and it's like, you know what? We're not gonna have the chance to apologize to them, and so we should probably be nice to them.
Yeah, it's like say before, like I don't think there's anybody who's ever lived who would be bad enough that I would enjoy seeing them being burned for a prolonged period of time. needlessly just so they suffer.
Yeah, and I would have all of the. It's funny, all the theists that we talk about, I'd have beers with. Like, I'll debate them, and I will go afterwards and have a beer with you. And as long as you're not, I'm trying to think, overtly spreading something really hateful. But I think it's the problem with S.J. Thompson and Sal is that's a different front. So here are educated people who, we could probably share a lot in common with on a whole bunch of different subjects. But at the same time, they are fundies. They're as fundies can fundy.
Yeah, they're wearing their Bible glasses, so they see everything in terms of that.
SJ reminds me so much of my own mother. It's like frightening. I'm like, ugh. I wish my mom was like open enough to talk to people like me as SJ is. Because I think that my mom would probably change her beliefs if she talked to people like me. She would be as stubborn as SJ.
That too. I think the internet's gonna. What are you gonna say?
No, I think that like people like SJ are a dying breed, definitely. Like, she's stubborn.
I agree.
And she's not doing herself or Christianity any favors because she's driving the clown car posse right now.
Well, the further away you go from science, I think the more the scientific religious theists go, you're doing us a disservice. So, like the theist who believes in the evolutionists looks at the 6-day creationists and goes, "You're making me look bad." And the 6-day creationist looks at the flat earther and goes, "You're making me look bad."
Yeah, so, it's like the people in the first pew in the Baptist church are looking at the people in the back row and going, "You're making everyone look bad."
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it's the same thing that happens within the church itself, and they can't even decide. Like, okay, Amy, I had a proposition. I was going to make you a proposition. So I had an idea. Like, I like to find low-hanging fruit.
Oh.
Okay.
Like apologetic, like podcasts.
Terrible start.
Hey.
Really out there and dumb,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe don't have as many views, but deserve to be like ridiculed nonetheless. Or at least like criticized, and maybe we can even try and invite them on. Like,
hey, I do want more theists on here. If not,
I want a show where we could have like we have like 3 guys from this podcast, and we can get 3 of us, and we can just have like a conversation for an hour or 2. That would be fucking awesome.
So who are you thinking? Who are you talking here?
Well, I mean, I've come across a few recent podcasts that I know of where I think they'd probably be fairly open to it. Do you want me to send you some links? Like, do you want to look at one right now? Do you want to look at stupid right now?
Either way, we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna tie it back to miracles.
Okay. Let me go to I gotta find it in my histories here. Because they won't respond if you comment to them.
Well, I mean, as the channel grows, when we pick up more subs, they might be more inclined to come on to reach people.
It's also why I try not to talk shit unless people are here, and then I can do it to their face.
Well, I'm kind of that way too, but at the same time, it's like they're just going to sit there and talk shit about atheists for 3 hours.
Yeah.
I'm going to be like, you guys don't even have
and they believe in miracles, to stay on topic. All of them, for apparently.
What was Bill Nye's old PBS show? It was like something science. It was like
Bill Nye the Science Guy.
The Science Guy?
No, not that one. It was called something. No, it was these guys. They named their podcast. They were like, they dissed Bill Nye. They're like, he's not even a real scientist. I was like,
I hate this.
I was like, he has a degree and he's a bachelor's.
Yeah, he's a real scientist. It's just like people go on is the like what his degree is in is what they like to fight. But then like I had a girlfriend that I was with for almost 3 years, and I don't remember exactly what her degree was in, but I know that she did research for prostate cancer. and came up with she was like dealing with RNA and DNA and msRNA and all this different stuff for genealogy and anyways. But her understanding of like all sorts of things outside of her stuff was far beyond what I comprehend, right? Like, and I'm talking, you know, historiologically and all sorts of stuff. Like her degree branched into all sorts of stuff, right? Which is why, like, I went and got mine in theology because I'm like, yeah, you know, I want to be able to argue some of this stuff.
Oh, you have a degree in theology? That's cool.
Yeah.
Can I tell you something that is it's odd, but I find it devilishly good? Is that what is that vegan cosmic skeptic who I find is a good atheist spokesperson? I lost my.
Cosmic Skeptic is a good spokesperson.
What were you just saying for that? What were you just saying for that?
Killing me.
I know. I feel bad.
Which one of us, Champ or?
Yeah.
Who likes dogs?
I was just saying.
I like carnivore.
All I was saying was.
I'm just saying, don't trust people that don't like dogs.
That's Ricky Gervais.
I think it's right, dude.
He was talking about like educate people in their degrees and everything.
Yeah, I was talking about how my ex-girlfriend had a degree in I don't remember what, but she was like for RNA, you know, blah blah blah.
There it is.
Cosmic Skeptic is about to get or has his degree in theology.
Yes.
And so he basically is. I think I saw this telling this to Richard Dawkins, where he's like, "Oh, I love it, you know, because I can use it against them." So I'm like, "Okay, I'm sold."
Yeah. So the majority of a degree in theology is based on historiological and archaeological evidence, right? So it's all about numbers, when something came about, and what we can predate something to, and why we think that it came to that conclusion, right? And it's still science, and science says, hey, this is our best understanding of something right now. You know, this is subject to change, you know, at all times. And you know, so it's just like I've said from the very beginning of this whole thing, like I don't care if you have a degree in theology. What that means to me is you have a good understanding of the dates and the archaeological and historiological evidence of today, and that your thoughts today are subject to change. So anything that you say as of right now, just like myself, is to say that, hey, this is my best understanding as of today. And this is why I come about to my beliefs and my own theory, right? Yeah. And a lot of people like to say, like, I meet this all the time when I met this all the time, rather, when I had to go on our messaging boards and we had to go back and forth, you know, in class, right? And we had like a subject of the week and we had to post stuff and go back and forth with people, just like a debate, but in text. And I met this all the time where someone would say, you know, well, I'm a Christian because of blah, 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 blah. And, you know, you would have a numerous amount of people that are like, no, because this obviously doesn't line up with what we were just learning about, right? This obviously doesn't line up with anything we would just read papers on, anything we just studied for, blah, blah, blah.
It doesn't match my theology.
Yeah, it just doesn't match with my theology. And unfortunately, people use the fact that they have a degree in theology to say X, Y, and Z are true, rather than
the reason you don't believe in the God of the Bible is because you don't understand the theology. That's right.
Understand the context, or you can't. You don't read it in Hebrew or Arabic or Latin.
Yeah. I'm like, well, I can go to Dr. Josh. She's going to tell me that the Bible endorses slavery.
Yeah, very
Right.
fortunately, I didn't have a professor that pressed, any sort of Christianity or Judaism, any Hebraic belief on any of us. It was more very scientific about numbers. This is what we know today. This may change tomorrow.
Well,
We don't know.
You were in seminary. You were studying theology.
Yeah. I was actually in class.
Yeah. Amy, did you
Well,
see
I
that
mean-
link I posted there?
I'll take a look. That's part of the
gold.
reason.
It's gold.
Part of the
me.
reason why I like Matt Dillahunty is because he was going to be a preacher and he was going to go to all this, so he knows the Bible so well that he can kind of use it against him, and it's nice to. It's why I think we're going to do Skeptic Bible Study. Might be next week, in fact.
Was it? It was
Okay.
a week
Amy.
ago.
I'm taking a look right now. And what was that, James?
I want to do like a weekly thing where we review videos like this. It's like the fucking garbage of the week or something. We can just call it like.
Hey. So I have two
YouTube.
different. I have two different things right now. It's probably going to be three, but it's all skeptic themed. So I have Skeptic and Ranting, which tends to be a nighttime show between like 5, maybe 10ish, and then we have Midnight Ranting, which tends to run at midnight, and then I want to run a Skeptic Bible Study. So I want to go from cover to cover, but we can have a Skeptic or Ranting or something like that. If you come with a topic and email me, we'll plan it out and we'll do some fun stuff.
Yeah, I'm down.
Bring James on board. Bring KOC Champ. You come.
I'll get my wife in here.
Yeah, so
she's hilarious.
So what I'm working on right now, and the reason I didn't have video the other night, is that my home burnt down 3 months ago.
Oh
and,
my God.
Yep. And I've been working on a new home right now with a roommate. I've had a roommate now. And I've been working on a new home, so I had to rebuild a bedroom. I need to rebuild 2 bedrooms in the house, actually. But the room that, needed to get built is now built and finished. But there's a few things still need to be done here. But as soon as it's finished, I will have my desk and computer. I won't be on a phone anymore. Be back to usual, with my camera and stuff. Yeah. Well, I don't have a PC again yet. My old one is now burnt up. But I will have another one very soon.
All right, good.
And I'll be reset back. I'll be set back up again.
Dude, building PCs is like everyone should learn to do that. It's really easy. Like I don't know why.
I agree. Not the really easy, but everyone should anyway.
It's not that
easy
hard.
to medium.
If you have someone that knows what they're doing, it's really easy. With like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, the
it's
first time
like,
I learned from someone that built like 10 computers prior to that.
oh, that's good. And
I was going to say before we're way past it, but about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, I was in an undisclosed chat room or undisclosed stream with an undisclosed account, and I was trolling the Christians in there, and Erica Gutsa Gibbon was in there, and I was telling him to basically get her the F out of the room and get that witch out of here. Yeah, and there were like 3 responses. They're like, Erica's good, but she's just so brainwashed. I'm like, irony is not lost on these people at all.
No.
Well, they can't insult her because she has such great manners. There's no better to say. She's so polite, and yet
and she knows her stuff too.
And
she's extremely smart, man. She's so
like
smart.
The perfect nerdy.
She is very
cute,
smart.
Sweetheart.
Yeah, she's extremely intelligent, man.
Yeah.
So they gotta sit there and say, "Well, she was."
Am I going to argue with
it? Like people are studying for months ahead of time to debate her, and she's just like talking. She's very nonchalant. She hasn't studied anything coming up to the topic. She
And this
knows what
she
she's
does know.
saying and
Whatever
acknowledges
they throw
it.
at her, she knows. She responds to it.
She reminds
Yeah.
me of my wife, where my wife has like a photographic memory kind of, where they just soak in knowledge, and it's just like, how do you do that?
Yeah.
You just like you take them to trivia, and I'm like, I get all the free beers, I don't complain, but I'm just like, where do you keep this knowledge? Like, you can't remember like where you put my keys, or but I'm like, you picked my keys up and moved them, and you can't remember that, but you can remember some weird, obscure like trivia shit, from the 80s. Like, what the hell?
Well, and it also goes back to one of James's main points is that it's just so funny watching the creationists attack just the experts in every field ever.
Did you click on that video? Did you listen to that?
I have it. I didn't. I can't listen to it, but I see World Ablaze. Science rules.
Just listen to like the first 30 seconds. Just play it for us.
Okay, from 254.
No, just from the beginning.
First, okay.
Yeah, wherever it starts.
I mean,
play
just
the
like a
beginning.
We're gonna start an internet feud. Here we go.
Yeah, we're gonna start it right now. I'm gonna start
Imagine
one.
being that guy who
You continue
struggled to pass the high school biology or physics test, and then you're the guy out there saying that world famous physicists don't know anything about physics.
Yes, it's just so funny. They attack people.
Amy,
Yes,
I spent
biologists.
45 minutes making a comment to these guys, and they wouldn't let it go public.
Oh, I hate when that happens.
Is this a stream or what is this?
It's their podcast. On their channel. It's
Okay.
3 dudes trying to talk about it. I call them dude 1, 2, 3, left to right.
And then what have we done now? We've allowed science to completely isolate us. And how's the devil get us? In isolation. And you're going to continue to be in your room all day where the devil likes you to be.
We have
Get
a
away from your
pandemic
family,
right
you're gonna
now.
get away from your friends. You're going to get away from your job. Get away from your church. You can't go to church. And we're going to continue to
Oh,
isolate you in the
boo-hoo.
name
You're on a
of science.
podcast. Okay, you're right. There we go. We made it to 24. I'm done.
Told
So
you.
what did you try to ask him?
Oh no, I watched the whole thing, and I responded accordingly when they got really out of line. I could here actually. Let me pull up my comment. I can probably do that.
What they do that triggered you?
Well, they didn't respond to my fucking comment that was like everything they said.
Let me tell you, they are not them specifically, but I have seen many Christians are just as politically correct as the next social justice warrior. Let me tell you.
These guys pretend like they want to have a dialogue. They pretend like they know what other people are talking about. No, they're idiots. They don't even know what science is. They don't know how science operates. They think a scientific theory is like the layman's definition of a theory. They're like, it's just a theory, dude.
They contribute their 5th grade. Hey, you need to come up with a thesis on what you're going to do your science fair project on. And they contribute their thought processes of, hey, this is how I came up with a theory, and this is how I proved it.
Yeah.
To literal circumstances, literal things.
It's like Otangelo sitting in your computer in Brazil.
Somebody
Exactly.
like smack them hard enough so they know that they're using like poor reasoning, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like you sitting on your computer, Otangelo, in Brazil. You haven't debunked 150 years of evidence for evolution.
Exactly.
You don't know more about biology than the entire collective field of biology.
The devil is not the reason the government is telling you to stay home during a pandemic.
Hey, by the way, Amy, the guy I was talking about earlier was Nephilim free.
Okay. Yeah.
It's the older gentleman, and every time you ask, anytime you back him into a corner, he automatically just says faith. You just need to have faith. Faith.
And he says some crazy shit.
Yeah, he was an interesting
You've been around for a long
interlocutor. What was that?
I was talking to KO. I was like, KO champ. He's been around forever, huh? Like Google
Nephilim free.
Oh man, it's
I remember
crazy how much that dude. He's wild.
I remember you because I think you and I have talked before, like back in the day on like Google Plus and shit. Like,
Yep,
and the before time.
probably so, man. I've been
My
doing
thing-
this for a while. And
Like
I stay sober for when I'm actually gonna like debate people. But
No, yeah,
I didn't know I was
the
debating.
same way.
Like, I'm like, I would. If I'm debating G-Man, I'm gonna have to.
Oh,
have
I'd love
like
to debate G-Man.
2 or 3 drinks deep before I'm gonna debate him.
no, I can't, man, because I have to feel like I have like my wits about me. Otherwise, I'm gonna slur a little bit. I'm gonna forget some dates. You catch me on like when I'm sober and I'm like prepared for something, and like I can start spitting out numbers, like like tonight when I'm starting to explain certain things. Like I think it was like this year, but otherwise,
I remember.
generally speaking, I'm like, oh, like 200 fucking AD, 208 AD is our Mesozoic script. 400 and whatever 3 AD is our Constantinian scripts. Blah 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 blah. And I'm like just disproving Christianity, and I'm doing this and this, and it's like I know my numbers, and I know more. I go back to my, how I researched in school and stuff.
All right, here's
But when I'm a little bit tipsy, though, it's out the window, man.
We need to have like a superhero group here that fights the apologist out there.
Hey,
Or
welcome.
I'm not trying to squeeze myself in, but I want to recruit as many people like you guys as possible to like that video I sent you, Amy. I think we could go over that. I think we comb the shit out of that, and it would be funny. It'd be hilarious because they're so dumb.
Well, I think James feels the same way that I do. I guess I may be the most anti-theistic, but generally speaking, the whole
you're the most
the whole project. Well, I used to say we're both equally, but he's like, well, maybe you're a little bit more.
I'm anti-theistic.
Then welcome aboard. The whole point.
Like I fucking
just
hate religion, dude. My mom is a fucking
That's a complicated word.
fucked
I
up.
wasn't allowed to say the hate word.
Religion.
Yeah, hate's not cool, man.
I understand it though.
I can do religion.
It's complicated. I want to get rid of. I want to minimize religious influence in the world significantly.
Okay. I shouldn't use such harsh.
I would just say.
Listen to me getting politically correct over here. I can't help it.
I don't think we should respect beliefs necessarily. I respect people.
I agree.
Like,
oh yeah. 100%.
Everyone. I respect everyone, no matter what beliefs they hold. And I'm gonna give them as many chances as it takes. Like I think. Okay, one of the topics I want to talk about is like prison reform.
I
like
agree.
that to me is a huge issue in America.
I personally have a thing, and I want to reform it.
We do not talk about that enough. As like Americans do not talk about prison reform enough. We need to keep harping on that. We can't punish people for like nonviolent crimes. We cannot stop imprisoning people for nonviolent crimes.
Okay, I'm done with that. Yeah, nonviolent crimes. I'm cool with it.
So that is an entire podcast as well, which means
I mean, you got to have some way of maintaining law and order.
Well, yeah, you have to like take people away that are going to harm for society in general. If they're going to physically harm people, you can't have that, right?
Well, but I mean,
I think this is like Amy just said. This is like a whole different podcast.
It is.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Even
but I would
financially harm each other. There are bad people not necessarily violent.
That's what I'm saying.
But I'm trying to even think what would take us back there. I'll be honest. Here's my analogy, and here's the conversation I want to have with Sam Harris. Is that it can't just be us staying in our metaphorical houses or whatever, or our literal houses, just debating ourselves. It has to be us debating rabbis, imams, and pastors and priests. It has
That's
to
what I'm saying.
be.
Like, I want to have like 3-on-3s. That'd be awesome. Like those three
Maybe
guys.
so do I.
That'd be
I'm sorry.
awesome. Yeah,
You
you're
got her
like,
going now.
let's
I
do it.
have to. Every chance I get, I'm gonna make a joke.
Amy.
Yeah, I built my little tiny platform up on Facebook on debating. Like, I have a really guilty pastime pleasure
Tangents.
of debating pastors. You know, I have a really guilty pastime pleasure of, you know, I see the next local church next to me, and then I will always friend that church on Facebook.
Yeah.
And I'll friend the next one and the next one and the next one until I can see a pastor that starts posting something that I think is theologically wrong.
Yeah.
Even the context of the way that they're looking at it, even the context of the verse that they're quoting or the reasoning behind it. And I will argue them on Facebook, and I'm like, hey, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong about this. Right now, you're wrong.
One of the
I think
reasons
that's
I'm doing this
ahead,
is because
Amy.
I was just so you get pent up. You just sit there and you argue in a text chat for till you pull your hair out, and you look at your post and you're like, oh, it's such a beautiful post, but then you're like, oh, no one really. So
Yeah, who's gonna
I
read it?
want to. That's my whole thing in this channel is I want to do this. I want to do live interviews and live debates once the pandemic goes down, or once the end of the world comes back. We're going to do whole sorts of projects. And
Where are you located? Or near?
Northeast USA.
Okay. I'm in Arizona.
Or I can even say I'm quote unquote from Philly. That's my favorite.
I was just wondering. So that's all.
No, absolutely. We should get people. I want to get people here. I mean, if you want to,
The sky's the limit, you
get
know.
James here. Yeah, get all sorts of things. I'll go there. We'll get all. Because my whole family is Jewish and James is in Florida. My ancestral homeland is either there or Arizona.
James, Florida.
Florida
Florida
man.
too, brother.
There you go.
That's true. He says Florida. So my from Philly works. I can't help it. I'm Flyers, Eagles. They say Phillies.
I always just tell people I'm close to Gainesville. I'm close to the University of Florida.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
way down south.
I don't tell anybody where I'm from. I just say that. Like, I'm close to the University of Florida. How about that?
I don't care. I'll tell you where I live. I live right next to in Flagstaff, Arizona, right next to where we discovered Pluto.
I used to live near Tempe, or in Tempe.
There you go. All right. See.
Okay, so my question then is, because I want to do all sorts of fun stuff, and it sounds like we're going to have all sorts of fun programming to come. But the question is, does anyone have any other thoughts on miracles? Have we hit our miracle limit? Because I think the atheists all.
I think.
And for the most
I'm
part,
going to say
they
one
have-
more thing. I want to say one more thing. If Christians really believed that miracles worked, they would be in hospitals praying for people rather than sitting at home.
Yeah.
I think that if until the time comes where we can scientifically show, how life came to be. Even then, I don't think it matters so much, because I still fall back on. I wonder. It's more pondering, right? This is more like a pondering thought of how humans, let's say 10,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago, 30,000 years ago, however long we can show, right? Because now we're digging up stuff from 18,000, 20,000 years ago. If these humans are proven to think that, hey, there was nothing, and then there was something, and they come up with these same thought processes, it if we in the scientific age have only recently come up with this thought process, right? I want to know. I like to connect the two, right?
Dude, I like
And again, I base this all on a hope, right? Like so, but I do like to think that maybe it was fucking aliens, right? I have no clue, right? Maybe 5 aliens showed up on Earth and were like, "Hey, here's some bullshit. We made it with monkeys, whatever." I don't know. Right? I have no fucking clue.
that seems a lot more interesting than the Christian God.
Yeah. I don't give any emphasis to that fucking Bible bullshit. But yeah, I like to think that there's some form of miracle there, and I think that what I was going to say is that until we can prove that there are other life forms out there outside of some bacteria or something, something with a conscience, maybe.
See, so look, this is what the government needs to investigate this. We need to talk to our government and say, stop putting your money into stupid shit that we don't care about, like war, and investigate if there's life outside of this planet that's as intelligent as we are, or if smarter.
I think they already know.
But yeah, I don't doubt there's I don't doubt there's other forms of life form out there, right? Like, I'm not someone that's gonna sit here and say there's fucking what I'll make up some numbers, 5 billion galaxies out there, and that out of those 5 billion galaxies, there's 5 trillion planets, and that out of those 5 trillion planets, there's not life.
We're dipping up into the ocean every day, and pulling the cup up, and we're like, I don't see any life in there. We're pulling a cup up, and I don't see any life in there, but we're not actually we don't invest enough in actually looking at the universe we think we do. We pretend like we do. We just lost a massive satellite that totally threw off all the astronomers.
I'll say it every podcast. We should I'd put 1% of our GDP towards NASA's budget. I am a complete NASA.
I would put.
Let me tell you, even get 1 because it's like a fraction of a percent. If you do Neil deGrasse Tyson has this thing where if you take a dollar bill and he goes and he doesn't even cut it basically, and he's like, this is how much we spend on space and travel and stuff like that. But see, we keep on getting to interesting subjects.
But miracles. Yeah, so in relation to miracles,
I think they already know they're here. So
what if we're just in the woods and we don't know it, and we just need to contact the home base, and then we're connected to this intergalactic system where there's thousands of colonies that are connected to each other, and they have intergalactic ways of traveling through the stars and stuff. What if that is out there?
They do.
And the only reason that's stopping it is because we don't invest in. You want to invest 1% in that? What?
That's all potentially possible. But the point I'm getting to, as far as miracles goes, is that I do like to think that it's a miracle that we're here.
20%. At least 20%.
See, but people, it's not even 1%. So when I say 1%, I get a lot of pushback. So I'm easy to convince. You could give me any numbers, but it's not me you got to convince.
We just connect to the mall, the intergalactic mall. And then they're like, oh, you guys didn't know we existed? We didn't know you existed either. Because you were in the woods over there. We didn't know.
They would know. They would know.
The problem,
maybe not.
The problem with politics is its opinion. I mean, I have a game plan. It's Moon, Mars, and then we go to Europa, and Europa is our planet so that we can go out of the solar system. But it's opinion. That'll happen many years after
even Mars. Mars would help us get so far away too, man, because we're outside of gravity, We don't have to force fuel outside of our own, earthly gravity to be outside of it any longer.
It should be where we develop our terraforming technology, how we're going to colonize all the other planets and get out of the solar system. We should figure all that shit out. Half in Moon and half in Mars.
What if there was a civilization that showed up and they're like, dude, this is how you do it.
I'm very scared of that. I mean, I'd be open to that, but
What the
like,
hell?
there's so
And then-
many.
Also, do you want some newer video games that are way cooler and some like maybe vehicles that don't fucking run on fossil fuel? Here.
Yes.
There
Well,
you
my
go.
joke about that is aliens. Aliens would. Well, if
Like,
there were
dude,
smart
I don't-
aliens, they would make fun of us because they would
No,
go a rocket ship,
Yeah, but
rocket
I would-
ship, as in you tie a rocket.
You know, a buddy of mine made that point to
don't
me,
see it as-
Amy,
They
because
don't.
it's crazy.
We don't care about them enough. We don't invest enough into discovering if they exist. They're like, that's why they're arrogant about it. They're like 1%, Amy. 1% GDP. You want to invest in that?
See, you're saying that as if we spend 1% GDP on NASA.
I'm saying if humanity was more concerned with like reaching contact with other civilizations as opposed to just being fighting within our own,
man,
we would go a lot further.
I mean, I'm
It's a step
not
in
only
the
am I
right direction.
100% on board with that, but I'm telling you, I'm not the person you got to convince. I'm a NASA shill. I know that the world's round somehow. It's amazing.
it's not round, Amy. It's flat.
I know. No, excuse me. The world is shaped like a velociraptor, and any of you heathens that say otherwise, I
It's
will not.
shaped like a pizza, yo, and it's so delicious.
Yeah, exactly. Oh. Okay, so is that James? Did you have any final thoughts on miracles? It's funny. I had to ask him. He's like, Amy, this is the one time I went away in the whole entire podcast.
No, I'm here.
Oh,
I was going to say, I think they already know that the extraterrestrials are here. They know who they are, so it's not a matter of looking
Yeah,
for them.
I
It's
think
just a matter of
miracles.
it's just a matter
I
of
think so, too.
it's just a matter of figuring out exactly how it works and who's involved with what.
Have you guys seen?
I would be open to it.
Like a UFO?
And they probably have exchanged some type of technology.
And wait, do you think that they're hostile, neutral, or positive?
Well, I mean, I think that they run the gamut. There's probably all three.
Yeah.
Different races, vying for control.
Hey,
each with
It
their own
might be
agenda.
God.
Some
I would welcome my alien overlords.
Yeah, I welcome them too over Trump at least.
No, I think they would definitely know that we're here. I think they would be able to tell that just by looking at the light from our atmosphere. They would be able to tell that there's
Mine's
oxygen.
never dumb aliens. It's never. I guess if you could get through the galaxy,
They would never get off the ground.
Yeah.
There's got to be some dumb aliens, though, right? It's
Yeah,
got
they
to
would
be
never
like
get
a
off the
two of them are
ground.
smart, and like Bob is like he's
Well,
like, oh,
there's
Bob's holding us back.
there is probably like a wasp or like an insect type of like hive mentality alien. Like that's
Probably
very
is.
likely.
I mean,
the forms of life that worked here, they might work
Think
somewhere
about
else. So you can have life based on reptile models or,
Ants.
cat models, insect models. It would probably be similar in a way.
You may have convergent evolution. You may have similar features because of convergent evolution.
I mean, if it works here, it could work somewhere else.
The theists are like watching us, and they're like, "Ha
Well, the
You are
aliens,
creationists."
the aliens are listening, and they're like, "I like your speculations, you noobs."
Look, hey, you know what, aliens? If you're listening, join the podcast. If you need permission, I'll let you in. If it's the New World Order, just join.
Well, the debate I'm prepping for now. Don't worry, I'm going to include aliens as a theme in that debate, so I'm sure that'll generate a lot of
That
tension.
should be like didn't you have like a Bible or podcast, right? That should be the beginning. You should invite like Jesus or any alien or any super force that you know what I mean. You just invite them into the podcast.
All I'm asking is, you ever see the Key and Peele one where they're interviewing them after everyone died, and they have like all the Kool-Aid their shirts turned inside out, and they're just like, we don't think it would be a cult. We were just thinking, maybe you didn't have to drink anything to be beamed up. And at the end, they're beamed up by aliens.
If you really wanted to offend like the most massive crowd, James, you could wear or do something like very Christianly, and also do something like very neo-pagan. Like you could have like Christ on in the background on a cross while using a Ouija board. And you could do like the whole Wiccan and Christian thing together. And that's like a new form. That's the new form of Christianity right now. It is to be neo-pagan, where like you think that God and Christ and Jesus and all this stuff is real, but you also are a witch, and you believe in all this other stuff.
You're like, you gotta throw a lot of blasphemy in it so that it's like threatening to everyone else.
Yeah, but they don't consider it blasphemy though, right? 'Cause they're like, oh, they're still Christians. They just lost their past.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at triggering the.
Gotta drop
theists.
Muhammad.
Well, they also add pagans. They add pagans and atheists together. Even though you're a theist and we're an atheist, they try very, very hard to put pagans and atheists in the same category. They're like us Christians and those pagans.
So hard, man. They try so hard, man, and it's just stop, guys.
Do you know about the Atheist Republic? His Sexy Kelly t-shirts.
It sounds familiar.
The Atheist Republic, his name's Armin.
Okay.
He's on Facebook and on YouTube. He's where is he from? I think he's from Iran. He's a refugee from Iran.
Ooh. That's so funny. I'm about to do a bit about, it's actually about Twitter, but it's all centered around the Ayatollah having a Twitter account.
He can have one, but Donald Trump can't.
I guess so. I know they made that. I've heard that point, but it's not even about that. It's just it's not even about Islam. It's just one of my lines is social media or the internet has got us by the balls. Like, it doesn't matter who we are. Everyone has to tweet. Everyone's got to be on the internet. Because I can imagine, this isn't part of the joke, but I can imagine him doing DoorDash. It all happens.
Armin is awesome. Go listen to him. He's good.
I specifically want to connect with ex-Muslims.
Yeah.
What's Arvin? Who is that?
It's called Atheist Republic, I believe, is his channel. It's on Facebook and on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Also, just because I'm going to try and show every joke I can. Blasphemous art. Hot stuff.
I think he's like interesting character.
Not every joke.
That's all.
Okay.
I'm like, he's been around for a long time. He runs a podcast. It's cute. They're funny. They piss off Hindus. Yeah, it is. They're really
debates. Does he interact?
Yeah, he interacts with anyone, but people are afraid of him just like any other channel. Like, do people go and talk to Pine Creek Doug? Do people go on? He's open for the last 2 weeks. He's been live with his channel up number to call him, and nobody goes in there. Everyone's afraid.
I will say all the theists that have come here have been very civil. It's been hard to light the dumpster fire.
I think that
that's because they all went to Smokey's channel. They all wanted someone to agree with them.
I want to get both Smokey and Praise on. I want to, because I
never thought that I'm almost 41, so I was born in 1980, and I never thought that religion would die.
You mean it go down this far? I think we're gaining good momentum.
I mean,
When
I
I
like
was
to
a little
think
kid-
within 100 years it'll be maybe 5 to 10% of what it is today. Hopefully.
It'd be
Well, as
nice.
soon as I get my stuff set up again, I plan on talking to a few of these people again.
Hey, you debating the 3 monotheistic religions, we're definitely an ally in. And if you believe
Yeah.
science, we're definitely an ally in. And all.
Yeah, I don't disagree with science. So
Try and get those boys from the video I sent you to come talk to us.
Okay, I'll see if
Yeah.
they have an email. I really want to set up debates, but sometimes people feel offended if I just say, let's have a debate, rah, rah, rah. So,
Let's not do a debate. Let's just say
saw you-
civil discussions.
here's what we
You
want to do.
added the ID
We're gonna have
stream.
the
Get a
3
date
of
for
you,
that?
and there's going to be 3 of us, and we're going to have a discussion.
That's
It
true.
would sound
3v3, that'd be fun.
One could be like a host or whatever.
Did you put the
Okay.
ID stream? Did you get a scheduled for that, or did you just
No,
add it?
now it's
To
me.
be
I need to
determined?
reply. We're in a thing. I have to reply to him. I have to figure out everything. Suddenly, my schedule got all busy, and now I'm trying to do all this stuff. But I want to do even more streams. We're gonna figure things out. When is your normal time? You know what? We'll talk about that afterwards. That's all good time. So,
Yeah.
anyone taking hitters? Miracles. Because I'll tell you, miracles is, if you think about it, isn't miracles 80% why we're in this problem? This is what anchors religion, is these supernatural claims.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I can tell, prayer has the same reliability as chance, and that's the problem.
yeah, I believe you're partially in. You know, it's a matter of who believes what and how much emphasis they give on that. You know, because if you take someone and they say, hey, you know, I think it's a miracle that we're on Earth, that we are alive, you know. And I think you have to give them some sort of credit to that, simply because we don't have any evidence that there's anything outside of us, right? Not to say there's not, because I believe there is. But then I think that you have to say, okay, do you believe that it's a miracle that someone was struck by lightning and didn't die? Do you believe it's a miracle of, you know, you can give a million different instances, right? And it's how much they say, nope, they were just a human and they survived it, or no one was involved with them surviving it, right? Nothing was involved with them surviving it. It was just they just survived it. Or their journey on Earth is their journey on Earth, and that they're gonna face these things and blah blah blah.
I mean, religion organizes itself so that it's impossible to falsify. That's how they try to make the model. So then they just piggyback on reality, like, well, the more nuanced ones do. So they won't say evolution is not true. They're just going to piggyback on that and say God did it. You know, which you can't. It's impossible to falsify that.
And that's easily, you know, that easily falls way back onto Judaism, like Hebraic beliefs, right?
I think it falls on superstition in general.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't disagree with that.
I mean, they're fighting to stay diluted.
Because let's not discount all the other beliefs, not just Christianity, because that's the common complaint. Oh, why do atheists always complain about Christianity? Well, I'm not, actually. I compare your beliefs to every other belief and every other belief that hasn't been thought up of yet.
I agree.
It just happens to be the one we deal with the most.
In fact,
yeah.
That's why I really do want to have a conversation with Sam Harris, is that because I very much like him, and yet it has to be equal, because when you treat all the religions as equal, It allows you to attack all of them. My problem with Sam Harris is that even though he's right on 90% of, or 95% of what he says, the moment that you even try and say one religion, and I'm not even going to pick a religion, one religion is worse than the other, then that religion goes, oh, he's the enemy. He's the guy that doesn't like us. And so it
Right.
has to be even. It's all, religion is superstition.
I mean,
Time to get rid of
I would say they're all equally wrong, but that doesn't mean they're all
Yeah.
equally as harmful.
Yeah, no one inside of
That's
my
generally
faith
true.
or my bundle even, because like I'm friends. I'm part of a community of multiple different pagan beliefs. You know, anywhere from 3 different Native American groups to a guy that's really into the Aztecs, and then there's a guy that's really into a North African belief. And none of us are part of any of that stuff. And in all actuality, I was really offended. I hate to say that I was offended about any fucking thing ever, but I was really offended. A bunch of us were really offended, honestly,
Sometimes it happens.
by the fact that we were just recently attacked. You know, with this with people, you know, quote unquote, marching on the Capitol. And there's this guy with these symbolisms on his tattoos and blah, blah, blah. And we were attacked over that shit. And we're like, dude, we don't fucking like, I'd beat him up. I would beat that dude up in real life, dude. I would beat him up.
I honestly just feel bad for them.
If he tried to hurt me, I would definitely fuck his shit up.
Speaking of
Yeah,
miracles,
like,
they
I
were
don't want to be friends with that guy. I don't. His bullshit's all fucking 1900 shit anyways. All of his tattoos are shit from the last fucking 150 years.
Oh,
Like, get him out of here, man.
It doesn't really matter. They just
But
don't have.
But yeah, the point of what I was getting to is that, you know, not a lot of us, most, I don't even want to say most anymore, man. I would say a lot of different pagan beliefs are starting to try to root back into our earliest known evidence of what we're supposed to be. And generally speaking, all that means is we're supposed to be good human beings. We don't care if, you know, boys are with boys, girls are with girls. We don't care if they are dressing as one or the other. You know, we don't care. You know, just be happy, live your life, live it honorably.
Most humans don't care. Like, like have weird superstitions.
We don't care. We do think that if, you know, if you come and you rob of me and you are in the process of robbing me and I happen to chop off your fucking hand in the process, well, maybe that's not so unjustifiable, you know? Or we do think that, you know, we do think there's, you know, basic morals, man. It's basic stuff, you know?
Yeah.
And I think that goes amongst everyone. You know, I don't think it takes me having faith to think that.
And it also goes back to kind of the surgery analogy is, and going back to what I said to Jim in another podcast, if 90% of theists were like you and believe science and weren't trying to push beliefs and all the absolutely terrible stuff, we wouldn't have to do this podcast.
No.
Unfortunately, like 40% of this country is like, listen, the Flintstones was a documentary, and we're going to make it so that all of the children learn that.
I would be like partying with you guys because clearly you don't object to anything that's based in reality.
You know what I was thinking when we talked last, Amy? You were saying, you know, what are the chances that in X amount of years we're at, you know, this singularist, you know, position, right? And what I was thinking about that afterwards was I'm meeting so many people now that are considered neo-pagans, where they're like the new generation of pagans. And I'm meeting so many people that are a new generation of Christians. And it's becoming more often that I meet neo-pagans and neo-Christians than otherwise, than meeting traditional pagans or traditional Christians. And so I'm really wondering if maybe that's the new thing, because it's a big fad, right? It's like to me it's a big fad, and it's something to gain some sort of popularity amongst. I don't know what it is. I don't want to consult for those people, but it's a very new thing now that we're seeing new people coming into something, such as Wiccan people are less than 80 years old, and that's still a big theme. It's huge. And
like everything, religion has to evolve to stay relevant. It does change over time.
And you see that it splinters in either two directions. They either liberalize, secularize, or whatever you want to call it, and become more accepting, or they go the other way and they go, listen, this is the 100% most truthiness from the 2,465, and this was the first copy of the first edition of the purest first, and you're like, okay, stop saying the word first. And so it either goes one of two directions.
Well, like Dr. Shermer said in his debate, he said, 20 years from now, the idea that Christians would be opposed to gay marriage or anything will be inconceivable. It'll be like them going back to slavery. They'll be like, oh, of course we don't oppose that. Why would we oppose that? Where'd you ever get that idea from?
And you can see they're in such a middle ground right now. Like, they are so watered down that, like, I just want to rejoice. In fact, I'm going to do another analogy to rejoice. They're like neutered puppies. Because...
you know what? The common thing that I've been going around doing is going, you know what? I support your channel. Because I think the things that you're saying are so stupid that any kid below the age of 10 will understand that you're just dumb. Like that what you're saying is just out of this complete world.
They may or not be dumb, but their theism definitely is dumb.
No, yeah, absolutely. But that's the thing. Like, these people don't. I encourage more apologists there are. I take like Doug from Pine Creek. You guys know who that guy is? Pine Creek.
I've heard of it, but I don't know much.
You gotta go watch his channel. It's fucking hilarious. He's funny. I'm gonna promote that. Yes, good. But anyway, he would say that no, that. We want to support these people as much as possible because they're just so obviously wrong that they're only promoting more atheists.
They're on the atheist payroll and they don't even know it.
Yeah. All these apologists out there are on the atheist payroll and they don't even know it. Every single one of them, especially like the ones on YouTube right now, those dudes are done for. Dead in the water, over, done for. 2 years from now, none of them will exist. Like the popular ones. What?
Like anybody who knows about science and knows about anything more than a cursory level about evolution is never going to be convinced by these guys on their channel just denying what we know to be true. Contradicting what thousands of professors and professional scientists and biologists saying they're all wrong, and
it's so funny because there's so many of them out there. There's way more than them of us out there on YouTube. If you go,
I think that it comes down to people recognizing, yes, you can always find 3% of scientists, archaeologists, whatever, people who disagree with the 90%, and then you have that 7% in between. You can always find that 3% everywhere, whether they got their degree from Phoenix University or they got their degree from Stanford, doesn't make a difference. It's the fact that there's always going to be that 3%. And
what if they got it from
people are all college? There you go. There's a good one.
I think
and you're going to have that 3%, who people are going to latch on to. And I don't think you're ever going to get past that because of the fact that I don't think anyone could disagree with the fact that our government or world government or whatever the heck we want to call it hasn't lied to us. And as long as we are being lied to and someone can figure out that we are being lied to, people are going to figure out a way to say that A equals P, right? Just because one thing is lied to you about, that means that everything else is also a lie. And people are always going to latch on to these various things and attach them to one another. And I don't know that you're ever going to get past that,
There's certain things that our government
I try to be
doesn't want
optimistic
tell us
about it.
for certain reasons that they have apparently tried to calculate. Like they don't you can look at the with the Pentagon is supposed to release a bunch of UFO data in the next 180 days.
I think they just released some, but
They have been doing it since July.
Unidentified object.
They did not. They're also required to inform the House, and they're supposed to talk to everyone.
There's something else it could be.
Even if
everyone,
they have potentially they have ships and stuff. Pretty much.
Most likely they do. Yeah.
Hey, show them, and I will. I'll believe it. I know what you're talking about. It's the not propulsion. So
I want to. I'm much like KO Champ in this, where he wants to believe in Thor, and I want to believe in.
Well, James believes there is aliens. I'm a skeptic all around. I do not believe we've been visited by aliens.
Yeah, I'm not a militant skeptic like Amy.
Hey, not gonna. But I do. I want to make a last point, and then we can wrap up. And then if we want, we could talk because I want to schedule a whole bunch of stuff so we can have fun. But my final point was just, and they lament it, is that we are watering them down. Christianity is in this stage where it says kill gay people. It says it right there. And they're in this thing where it's like, where they make fun of Muslims, where they're like, oh, Muslims throw blah, 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 blah. And then we're like, yeah, but it says right in your book. And they're like, well, that's the Old Testament. And we're like, well, the 10 Commandments. And they're like, well, we could do this all day. We just keep on digging wells. And so we're almost done through them. We just got to work through the rest of the miracle fruit.
It's gasping for breath. It's like a fish on land just flopping around, and that's what we're witnessing.
Yep. Hey.
It is dying. Hopefully soon.
Yeah, I'm noticing the remnants are getting way more militant too.
I'm not afraid of Christianity.
It's like an animal backed into a corner, They you can either fight or flight, and if you can't run anywhere, you got to fight.
Yes, well, and they have self-fulfilling prophecies. Like if everyone gets converted and that's a prophecy, well, then okay. Or the religion gets so small and you're being persecuted or whatever, and that's a prophecy. So if it's a prophecy,
what we're seeing is the extreme versions of Christianity and the political adversity or whatever Trump grew through his Twitter account.
Trump is the right hand of God.
I always said we just elected a Twitter troll, and people would be like, "Ah, that's funny," and I'd be like, "No, we literally elected a Twitter troll," and like, But I don't know.
I have no kind. It's a. Let's just say it's a diverse chat. So
Square
miracles.
that circle. Center.
I think we got everything that we wanted to say, which is
I think so.
We're waiting for evidence.
Yeah.
Bring us the evidence. All right. So with
We'll be here
that
waiting.
being said, yeah, the lab will be waiting, and so will we. I think we're going to have not only more podcast fun like we are now, but I think we're also going to have Skeptic Bible study, and who knows, maybe Ryan can join James and I, and KOC can come with. We can
Really.
have some fun time doing some videos, and we'll make some fun content.
Roasting
All right,
Christianity
everyone.
on the daily.
Exactly. Roasting them all because religion is the biggest superstition in the world. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night, ladies.